So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the third part of the story, What If Naruto Was an Uchiha? If you guys enjoy this what if and want more, comment down below to let me know. I am sorry it took so long, the thing is my condition isn't getting any better. So it's hard to focus on providing you guys with the videos on right time. Anyways, before I start, please do support for more awesome contents and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends, and also check out the descriptions, and check out the playlists. With that out of the way, let's start. Naruto for some reason felt at peace with himself, at this very moment. There was no turmoil in his heart, no dark side trying to corrupt him into giving into hatred, or anything like that. In fact, he felt as if he had won. The greatest battle that he was constantly fighting had finally come to an end. There was no longer any hatred in his heart, as he learned to accept himself for who he truly was. Unlike how his dad had told him that love was the counter to hate, and love would free him when the time came. He found peace in accepting himself. He found peace in defeating himself. Drifting in a sea of darkness, Naruto could not tell where he was. This felt like the time he had that one nightmare about killing everyone. He didn't want to experience that again. It was hell. But that left a question. A question I can answer for you. A motherly voice sounded in his ears, reassuring him everything would be okay. Who's there? Naruto asked as he reached behind his back for a weapon but only gripped at the air. Even his kunai pouch was gone, leaving him with just his hands, which was okay in his book. That is when the darkness in his view began to be replaced with color, and his world was flipped upside down. When he opened his eyes again, he was left speechless and mind-blank. What greeted his vision was a view many painters would kill for. The sky was blue and white clouds still floated above, illuminated by a bright sun, and all but sitting underneath the sky was a very, very large mountain. Its tip was covered in white snow that gently rested, unbothered by the breeze flowing in the air. In front of the mountain were smaller, less imposing sharp hills that went off as baby mountains that were still rocky and green. A crystal clear lake showed the reflection of the mountain, giving proof of how clean and pure the water was. Surrounding the bountiful lake were sakura trees with their pink petals floating in the wind. What a truly beautiful place to be, and he couldn't stop the amazement from showing on his young face. He reached down and touched the soft green grass that enveloped his hand in a hug. This place, I can feel it, and even smell it. The place smelled like a forest with hints of sweetness. The amount of chakra here is unreal. If someone could absorb the chakra from this placebo, could change everything. Always want to see the benefits in things. That's something I like about you, Naruto-kun. That voice, which was clearly female or an older woman, came again. They let an angelic giggle escape their lips, as they found amusement in the situation. You know me? Naruto asked, on edge and getting ready should someone launch an attack on him. His eyes widened as he felt slender arms wrap around his neck, and raven black hair trace down his shoulders. The skin was pale, much like his own, and he could feel mounds of flesh pressing against his chest, letting him know the gender of this mature woman. Oh, how I long to meet you, my child. My child. This is not my mother. Who are you? And why do you call me your child? You are not my mother, Naruto said with a bit of anger in his tone. He did not take disrespect about his mother lightly, and would dish out punishment to anyone who would dare offend her. Silly, I am the mother of all Uchiha. The woman let him go and floated around so Naruto could finally take in the speaker. I am the mother of all volcanoes, and am known as the Blossoming Princess. What Naruto saw indeed was a woman, an older woman who looked to be the same age as his mother. She possessed hair that flowed down her backside and princess-style bangs, covering the side and front of her pale and peerless skin. Looking into those loving charcoal eyes of hers made him stir inside, as she looked at him with motherly affection, and maybe something more. Her outfit was elegant and fit, which helped boost her godlike appearance. It was a black kimono with red lining on the edges, as it was all tied by a red and black obi. In the center of this was a flower with sakura leaves as petals. Come, my child. She waved her finger, pulling Naruto into her embrace with some unknown force that felt like chakra. She stroked his hair softly with a warm smile. This goddess will answer any of your questions, as I know you have a lot. Naruto didn't know how to feel right now. He was in some strange place, being touched by a woman saying she was the mother of all Uchiha and volcanoes. He was really confused, to say the least. Are you a god for real? I am. My name is Sengen Uchiha. Can you show me your Sharingan? Okay? She gave a chipper reply, and the next second he knew Naruto was looking into the red eyes of the Sharingan. 3 Tomo and all. But this was just the basic form. Did she not have anything beyond that? Sengun could turn them on and off, which meant she did not steal these eyes, and they were truly hers. But he was having a hard time believing all of this. He was in the arms of a goddess. Now do you believe me? She asked, still playful as she leaned down to give Naruto a better view of her eyes. Not really, but I suppose you aren't a thief of our clan's eyes, Naruto said, leaning away from the woman's contact, making her give a cute pout. What do you mean by, you are the mother of all Uchiha? Sengun cleared her throat, and somehow summoned a bottle of water in her hand. Like many other gods, you all prayed to me and asked for power. Similar to how Uzumaki worshipped the Shinigami, you all worshipped me. And in return, you are blessed with the eyes you possess now. She stopped to see if the boy was following and had any questions. But I read that the Sharingan was from the Sage of Six Paths. And we are all his descendants. Naruto gave the knowledge he had learned from Madara's journal. The man was smart and dug deep into the teachings of the world, which leads him to uncover some big secrets. True. But where do you think he got it from? That he was angry and it just popped into his head. Sengun released Naruto, but not all the way, as she locked their arms together and began to walk on the lakeside. The sage was struck with grief after discovering his girlfriend had been killed due to his mother. In his depressed state, he wandered around the world until he came close to a certain mountain that looked just like that. Pointing a finger at the mountain in the distance, she kept walking. That mountain is known as Mount Fuji. I hope you find it in the future. The man was tired and fell to his knees, begging for anything, for someone to answer his call. So I did. And after hearing the man out, I blessed him with the Sharingan, which later evolved into the Rinnegan. But that's for later. Sengun waved the important details aside which Naruto wanted to know more about. But all of this news was such an eye-opener for him. I have a question? Yes. How did you answer the call? Did you descend from the heavens? No, silly, I can't do that. Sengun gave an angelic laugh. It's against the law set by Kami-sama. So since I couldn't leave, I just brought the guy here, my personal dimension. Kami-sama? The goddess of life? She's real too? Naruto asked in disbelief. Yup, and her two other sisters. Sengun said. Wow, I'm shocked. This is all hard to take in. Naruto looked up at the rosy sky. How would he explain this to everyone when he got back? He had met their goddess. The word had to be spread. But let's get back to the story, Sengun said. Since you seem to know so much already thanks to that journal of yours, I won't bore you with the other small details. But anyways, the man passed on the knowledge about the volcano to his descendants, who all returned to give thanks, and all the other good deeds, like offerings, prayers, and even well wishes. Sengun waved her hand in the air, and a memory of his mother and father popped up. They were in the Naka shrine on their knees praying. Things like this happened all the time. It became an occurrence for people to come to this shrine the clan built for me and pray. Your parents pray the most for my blessing, showing up twice a day wishing for a healthy child. She finished with a soft smile, looking at the child she was locking arms with still. Mother and father prayed for me? Naruto asked, surprised. All the time. I'm grateful that they cared about me so much. Naruto closed his eyes with a soft smile on his face, and tears stinging the corner of his eyes. Thank you, Sengun-sama, for everything you've done for the clan over the years. The goddess's cheeks turned red, and she turned away and poked her fingers. Oh, Naruto-kun, you needn't thank me. I was just doing what any benevolent god would. But I must, for all the Uchihas, I thank you. Naruto cupped his hands and bowed at the waist. My goddess. he said with heartfelt words and honesty. Sengun turned back smiling, still keeping a rosy blush. Well, when you have the best children, you'd do anything for them. Sengun locked arms with Naruto, who didn't put up a struggle this time, and continued their walk. But like I was saying, I am Sengun, a goddess. I gift every Uchiha who has the potential to awaken the mangyeko Sharingan, their abilities, since they all stem from me. This is why I only have this base Sharingan, as you saw earlier. So are you saying you've run out of abilities to give? And that is why you only have the base Sharingan? No. I only have the base Sharingan because all my kids have my eyes. The unique pattern you hold is the same pattern I would have. So I just gift them to you. Naruto was now starting to understand. Sengun could use all the abilities of the mangyeko Sharingan, and everyone's unique abilities, which were all rooted from her. This meant she could use kamui, elemental clone, amaterasu, and all the rest. It was amazing. You are amazing, Sengun-sama. To be able to use all of the clan's abilities, you must be a capable fighter. Inside, Sengun squealed. But on the outside, she only coughed in her hand. Well, of course, I am a master of all Uchiha powers. As the mortal and god walked and talked, Naruto learned more and more about the history of his clan, and even more things about Sengun. The woman really loved to talk about herself, Naruto figured out. As they walked, Naruto noticed the woman had an Uchiha crest on the back of her robe, which made him smile. In this dimension, Naruto learned that the animals here were the same as on Earth, and so were the trees. But now they stood on top of the mountain, overlooking Sengun's domain. The wind blew and whistled past his ears. Now, unfortunately, you have to go back. Sengun's voice sounded sad as she looked back toward Naruto. It's fine, I didn't think I could be here forever. But will I be able to come back and see? Naruto asked. Sengun again squealed inside her mind. He wants to come and see me again. Oh, Kami-sama. After her inner excitement, she calmed down and answered Naruto's question. No, you can't come here by yourself, I have to bring you here, or when you die you come here. I see. Naruto gained a thoughtful expression as his mind began to come up with questions, one of them revolving around kamui. As Naruto fell, his goddess hugged him again, and his head pushed into her chest, making him wonder why older women always did this to him. Remember to pray to me, Naruto-kun, and spread the word about your goddess. But you will need a priestess once again if you wish to talk to me or come back to this place. Where can I find a priestess? She has already been chosen and begun to train for the position. You will know when the time comes. Sengun gave Naruto important information that would help further the clan. Now goodbye and stay strong, my gifted child, as I gave you the greatest mangyeko ability. As Naruto began to fade, he gave the woman a grateful smile. Yes, Kamui has helped me much. Sengun shook her head. Ask to see your mother's ability. Good luck. Love you. Naruto luckily heard the last words of his goddess before he faded from view. Naruto blinked his eyes before he opened them. At first, his vision was blurry and fuzzy. His eyes soon then got adjusted to the sunlight piercing through the white curtains. Looking around to check his surroundings, he noticed that this was a hospital room. Naruto propped himself on his forearms and got a clear view of the room. Next to his bed, a couple of feet away, was Safuu lying asleep, in a hospital gown, just like him. Brother Naruto, you're finally up. Naruto's eyes moved to Jinkyusu, who was sitting in the shadow of the room holding his tachi, which was 24 inches long. The boy quickly got up and walked over to Naruto's bedside with a worried expression. Are you feeling okay? Yes, actually, better than ever. And that was for sure. Due to the Hashirama cells Naruto implanted into his body, he had been healed phenomenally. He could see better, and his chakra capacity and density had also improved. Even his body felt tougher. My power has also increased. Great. Jinkyusu then brought Naruto into a hug as Naruto returned. We were also worried about you. It's been 3 days. And you didn't wake up. Jinkyusu released the hug and wiped the tears on the edge of his eyes. 3 days. What was I doing? Naruto asked in shock. From what it looks like, growing. You are bigger in height and muscle. The medical ninja working on you said your chakra was rising, and getting adjusted to your body. Jinkyu gripped and poked at Naruto's much broader shoulders and leaner biceps. Yay. Or do I only look big to you because you're much smaller? Naruto took the chance to joke with his brother. Whatever. Just wait till puberty comes. I'll be bigger than you could dream of. Jinkyu rolled his eyes, but smiled nonetheless. It was good having his brother back, as his spirit felt much lighter already. Jinkyu then pulsed his chakra, which was felt by Naruto. Why did you do that? Your son? Before the boy could finish his sentence, Naruto was wrapped in a bone-crushing hug. Naruto, I'm so glad you are okay. Do you know how worried I was about you? Naruto could feel his mother's tears drop onto his face as she plastered kisses all along his face while giving off happy laughs. Mother, you can stop now, Naruto said, smiling as he just enjoyed the hug from his beloved mother. All Nori did was pull her head back and smile down at him cheerfully. Naru-chan, I'm so glad you are okay. I thought I lost you forever. She couldn't help herself and hugged Naruto again. Her son was alive and well. Naruto took in his mother's appearance. Her normally well-kept hair was disheveled and looked to be falling out. He could also see tiny strands of gray hair, combined with the bags under her eyes, painted a nasty-looking picture of his mother. Mom. Naruto softly said, grabbing Mayuri's attention. Yes. What is it, son? You haven't been taking care of yourself. Your hair's a mess. You haven't even been sleeping enough. Naruto still held that soft tone as he spoke lovingly to his mother. His fingertips moved down her rough purple hair. You have to take better care of yourself. The tears in Mayuri's eyes boiled up and spilled from her eyes as she hugged Naruto again. How can I sleep when my precious son was missing? None of that mattered to me, I just needed you to be okay. She said, voice shaky. But it's fine now, you're back and safe with me. Inside, he felt terrible. He caused his mother this much pain, and it was eating away at him. Naruto was supposed to protect his mom and make sure she stayed in good health at all times. That is a lesson his father taught him. She was the only mother he had. After all, there was no replacement for her. Even Sengen, mother of all Uchiha, was just a goddess to him. Only one person could hold the spot of his mother. But what happened to you? Why are you all big now? Nori observed as she looked at her son, who seemed much more lively and healthy. He filled out more and even bulked up a bit. I don't like it. Age back down, it feels like I missed out on your life. Nori whined as she took Naruto in a rocking hug while waterfall tears ran from her eyes. It must be a side effect of the Hashirama cells. To think the impact would be so profound. Who knows what might have happened if I'd taken the full vial? Naruto thought in great alarm. But he loved the power boost he gained from these cells. It was to die for. He was going to tell his mother about this. He looked around the room to see if it was filled with people he could trust. Jinkyu, his mother, and a sleeping Izbeath. This would do. Mother, about what happened. I injected cells of the first Hokage into my body to help restore the damage done to me, and also gain a greater buff in strength. Nori looked at him in deadpan. You did what now? A sigh escaped his lips. This was going to be a pretty long explanation. So Naruto proceeded to explain that when finding Madara's journal, he also discovered the cells of the first Hokage, which he explained is what was now coursing through his veins, and also why he looked bigger and his chakra more potent. After the explanation, Jinkyu gave Naruto a thumbs up. Way to plan ahead, brother. I could learn a thing from you. Nori, on the other hand, she began to shake. Hard-headed boy. Do you have any idea what could have happened? Why would you perform something so reckless? What if the drawbacks were more than you could have imagined? Back in the Leaf, people died trying to do these same experiments you just did. Nori brought her fist down on Naruto's head, causing the boy to fall back on his pillow. I'm sorry, mother, but I had no choice. It was the only way to escape. In the shape I was in, it was the only option. Naruto tried to explain, but his mother still glared down at him angrily with hints of distress and sadness in her eyes, but mainly the motherly fury. Until her head dropped and she rested her face in the palms of her hand. What am I going to do with you? She mumbled quietly, mainly to herself. My baby isn't a baby anymore. The scene of seeing his mother shed tears for him served to cause his cold heart to flake apart. He brought her into a hug and patted her back softly. I'm sorry for being such a problem child, mother. I hope you can forgive me someday. Nori only hugged back and let tears fall. My idiot son, I will always love you, no matter what. She kissed Naruto on the forehead. And don't you forget that. That's when they all heard a menacing chuckle. Hee hee, the Uchiha heir still getting kisses from his mommy. Esteith said, leaning on her fist with a teasing smirk. Silence, Ice Wench. Don't ruin such a beautiful scene. Jinkyusu said, pointing his weapon at Esteith, who gained a tick mark. Ice Wench. She raised her finger and a blade of ice materialized above her, which soon raced towards Jinkyusu, who simply caught the ice sword by the hilt. You little Uchiha brat. Where is your motivation? Jinkyusu spoke coolly as he tightened his grip on the sword, which caused it to shatter into little pieces. What? They all said in unison. Nothing, just finish what you were talking about. Yay. But I have more news to share with you, mother, and the whole clan really. Naruto said excitedly, and Nori could see it clear as day. Must be something really good to have you so worked up. Nori said, smiling. Tell you what, I'll hold a clan meeting where you can tell everyone what you discovered. Well, now that you are done, I have some things to say as well. Esteith spoke up and picked herself up to sit up straight. She was serious, and the atmosphere of the room switched, just like that. What is it? Nori asked, also serious now. Not wanting to skate around the ice ring, Esteith just came out and said it. There is a traitor in our midst. On my way back, I was visited by Kagura, and he told me there was a traitor in our forces. Kagura, is that all he said? Naruto asked. Yes. I don't know if he was lying or not. But it would make sense that we had a traitor. There have been too many things to point out the fact. The mission where we lost Kenpachi should have been a real eye-opener. Esteith held anger in her tone as she spoke. When I find out who it is, they'll regret ever being born. Mother, has anyone new and suspicious popped up while we were gone? Well, there is Rage Kurosaki. I am still a little suspicious of him. But the only problem stopping me from going any further is he's Bunten's father. I understand why you would be hesitant. Naruto looked down regretfully. Bunten was a dear friend of his, but her father had to be checked out. We need to place him in a genjutsu. Force the truth out of him. The words came out sharp, like a dagger being sharpened. That's what I was thinking, but he's been staying away from us as much as he could. To the point where it feels forced at this point, like he's wary of us. Nori informed her son, who was deep in thought. Did he seem shocked when he saw you or the clan? Naruto questioned deathly. Nori gasped and recoiled. No, he didn't. That's when they heard Jinkyusu draw his sword with the sound of a sharp shing. There is nothing left to say. Hold on, brother Jinkyusu. We can't just up and kill him like that. It will cause panic and distress. Placing him under a genjutsu and forcing the information out of him is the most effective way to handle this. Naruto's statement served to halt Jinkyusu in his steps. Sorry, didn't mean to act without thought, just lost my cool for a second. Jinkyusu pushed his weapon back into its blue sheath and sat down. It's alright, I'm feeling a bit antsy too. Naruto said, giving a reassuring nod. Hold on, Naruto. That's your friend's dad you're talking about. Nori pulled Naruto back to an important factor he missed. I know, but I can't allow my emotions to get in the way of something so important. Naruto spoke in a tone void of human feelings, causing his mother to worry about his mental health. Bunten is smart and mature enough to know what something like this means. He's right, Nori-sama. If we allowed our feelings to get in the way of something like this, it could result in the death of us all. Placing Reiga in a genjutsu is the best choice of action. Esteith agreed with Naruto on this. Although the girl may hate them, she will still be alive in the end. I know what you are saying is true. I just hate making decisions like this, but I know I must. Nori said resolutely, resolving herself to bear the young girl's hatred in the end. So when shall we place him in a genjutsu? And who's going to do it? Jinkyusu asked in his plastic white chair sitting against the wall. Shishuye-kun can do it. He has the best genjutsu abilities out of all of us in the Uchiha. Nori declared. TCH. Subpar at best. Naruto grumbled to the side. Ha, no way, that goof is the best genjutsu user you'll have. Esteeth mocked from her bed. Nori placed a hand to her mouth to muffle her laugh. You all underestimate Shisui-kun's power. It was he who made our retreat those years ago. He is also the strongest member of the clan behind me. Shisui is feared by shinobi all over the world for his fearsome capabilities, with the Sharingan. HMPH, came the reply from both Naruto and Esteeth. They noticed how both gave the same response and glared at each other. Now I must leave this place and walk the streets, Naruto said, trying to leave the bed, but was pushed back down by his mother. No. The medical nurse said you can't leave yet. But the people need to see I am alive. It will serve to boost morale when they notice I am alive and well. Think how hyped the troops will be when they see me. Naruto gave a compelling argument, like he always did. Nori didn't want Naruto out yet for her own reason of wanting to come and rest up with Naruto. But he made a good point. No. You can't leave. But why not? Because I said so. And you're grounded. What? You can't ground a shinobi. I have to go on missions and fight. Naruto protested with a slack jaw. So? I am your mother first, and whatever I say happens, Nori said with crossed arms and a nod of her head. Naruto didn't like it, so he came up with an idea. He activated his mangyeko Sharingan, which his mother took notice of. You better not. Wordlessly, before Nori could grab onto him and halt what he was doing, Naruto used kamui and sank through the room. Neri's brow twitched, and she clenched her fist. That naughty child. She got up and disappeared from the room. Jinkyusu laughed with a warm smile. I'm glad she is doing much better now. It was sad to see her in so much pain. But that's over now. I can feel it. The tides are changing and victory approaches ever slowly. What are you, a public speaker now? Esteeth asked, bored. No. I'm just happy for once. With that being said, he left without a sound. Naruto appears inside of the Uchiha grounds, where he is quickly spotted by the others. Young master, you're alive. Naruto couldn't help the smile cross his face as he was greeted by those he loved. Yes, I am doing well. As they all held smiles and walked with him to his makeshift home. A small shack, really, with just enough space for him and his mom. It was better than sleeping on the ground in a tent at least. Moving to a box in the corner that had his clothes, he opened it and pulled out what he wanted to wear. Naruto quickly took off the hospital gown, leaving him in just his undergarments, allowing his lean physique to show, and it was impressive for such a young age. Pulling up his black pants and sliding into his ninja sandals that featured white leg warmers on his sandals. Covering his black shirt that clung to his skin was a gray Uchiha top with the fan symbol on the back. Completing the outfit was a black obi and gloves, but something was missing from his person. He could feel it. Leaned up against the wall was the black pole he crafted. The shiny black metal was giving off a slight pulse of chakra and seemed to be calling out to him. What's this feeling? Naruto walked over and collected the staff, which stopped its pulsating hum and settled in his hand. Naruto spun the staff around a couple of times to get back into things again. The staff hummed in his hand again, but this time it felt happy and satisfied. Happy to see me, girl. Naruto held it in a strong grip where it fit perfectly. I should finish this weapon before it's too late. Placing his finger in a cross, 5 puffs of smoke came out and revealed 5 copies of himself. Strange, I only meant to make 1. Has my chakra increased this much? I will have to place effort into controlling my chakra again. 4 were dispelled and left only 1 remaining. Go to the shop and get my furnace ready. Our ultimate masterpiece will soon be finished. The clone nodded and left in a body flicker. Now it's time to eat. But before Naruto could leave, the door to his shack was blasted open. Not panicking since he just felt the person's chakra, Naruto turned with a blank expression. Why must you always blow my door off its hinges? The girl standing there was a face he knew all too well. She seemed different though, that much could be said by the change in outfit and the bags under her eyes. Her outfit was a dark blue Uchiha top that was held closed by red bandages, which also served to hold her tanto. Gray skin-tight shorts reached to the middle of her thighs. On the left thigh was a kunai pouch holding her ninja tools. High-calf sandals covered in dried blood, much like the rest of her outfit, served to paint an image. Just got back from a successful mission, I see. Good job, Mera. Mera's lip trembled, and the back of her throat began to burn as her vision began to swim. She then slowly walked closer to Naruto as her body trembled. Brother. She spoke finally, voice about to crumble down like a damaged building. Naruto-kun. She said his name this time as her dirt-covered hands landed on his chest. Are you really here right now? Her red cheeks and watery eyes looked at his own black orbs. I have always been here. Right here. Naruto used his finger to poke Mera in the chest, right where her heart would be. Mera shook her head. No. That wasn't enough. I need to see you. She hugged him tight. Like I can now. Before the girl could break down in tears, Naruto cupped her face. So many tears today. There is no need for tears. Naruto wiped the waterworks away. I've missed you, Naruto-kun. So much that it hurt. Mera rubbed her face onto Naruto's chest as she smiled. I even awakened my mangyeko Sharingan, just like Brother Jin. I had begun to hate and despair. I didn't like it, but there was nothing I could do to stop it. Naruto frowned as he listened to Mera's words. You don't have to hate or despair. Don't fall into hatred. You've got to beat it. I think I did. Because the counter to hate is love. It was the love for my family keeping me going. And me love for you. Mera stopped and looked up at Naruto with honest and true heartfelt love in her eyes. Naruto-kun, I've felt this way for a long time, and I know it may be too soon to say this, but I love you. Mera. That was all Naruto could say. He was shocked and felt happy, but also sad at the same time. He looked away and closed his eyes. Mera noticed, and ducked her head. I know this is sudden. I figured you wouldn't feel the same since you never really showed interest in me like that. I shouldn't have said anything. She turned to walk away but stopped when Naruto held her hand. But she didn't look back, choosing to face the door. No. It's just that. Now, I can't afford these kinds of feelings. Naruto's voice came out frail and resentful. Mera had been his childhood friend, his best friend. Ever since they were kids, and played, or more like Mera, dragging him around, and doing the most reckless of things. Naruto wasn't sure when it started, but the feelings he started to develop for the young girl. It came as a surprise to him as well. When she would give him that big goofy smile, it caused him to smile as well. Or her obnoxious as she would conquer some new challenge, and brag to him about it. Her personality, she never let anything stop her, and always found a way to overcome diversity, never letting anything slow her down. It was something he admired about her. Loved it even. Maybe that's why he stuck around with Mera. No matter what, she could always keep up with him. We have responsibilities right now that we must put first. But if it makes you feel any better. Naruto pulled Mera back so they could look each other in the eyes. I think I like you too, maybe even love. But we are too young to understand the weight of that word. But I do understand. I'm mature. I've changed. I know that what I feel for you is love. If you're mature, then you know we are at war. In the final stages of it, in these critical moments, we can't afford to be sidetracked. Naruto gave a frozen smile that seemed more apathetic. It's because we are at war. When I thought you died, a part of me died as well. I thought I could never tell you how I felt. So in case I never get to tell you again, I want you to know how I feel. Mera smiled as she embraced in a soft, gentle hug. I'm not asking for a relationship or anything like that. I just want you to know. Naruto hugged the girl back, as they stood in each other's embrace. Let's make a promise. A promise to see this war to the end, and when it's all over, we can't retreat to make something of these feelings we have for each other. I promise, to see it to the end. As the two kids of war shared their moment, Shisui leaned against the wall with a smile on his face. Naruto didn't seem to notice as Shisui had his chakra suppressed. I'm glad they were able to talk this out. Now little sis shouldn't struggle with this curse any longer, and instead, turn it into a gift. Since that's what the mangyeko Sharingan is, the teen then left like he was never there. But can we go? I'm hungry. Naruto said, breaking the silence. Mera brightened and gave him a beaming smile. as her pitch black eyes sparkled with light. Golden chicken. Fine. Naruto sighed as Mera pulled him along by the hand. Instead of pulling his hand loose, he'd play along this time. He locked their finger together, causing Mera to look at him with shock, before she blushed and smiled. The two walked hand in hand to Mera's favorite restaurant. Walking the streets, people saw Naruto in good health, and just fine. Just like he predicted, everyone began to smile with happiness, and the morale began to rise. A familiar face dropped in front of the two. But the other ugly face, Naruto had never seen before but knew who it was right away. He slowly moved a hand behind him just in case. Reiga and Buntan. But it was strange. Reiga looked at him with shock and disbelief, like he had seen a ghost from his past. That proves it. He knows who I am. He must have been told where I was. But seeing me now must be a real shock. Naruto thought. It was all settled and a plan was set in motion. Naruto. You're alive. Buntan ran forward and gave Naruto a bone-crushing hug. I'm so glad you're okay, she said with a smile of relief. Before it turned into a snarl. Bastard. She punched him in the gut, which Naruto knew was coming. That punch hurt. This girl had gotten stronger. What was that for? You gorilla. What did ya call me? Buntan yelled over Naruto with yellow lighting sparking around the girl. I see you doing fine. Naruto looked up toward Buntan and pointed a finger in Reiga's direction. Who is this? Naruto noticed Reiga look away from his eyes. A useless effort. Meet me in the center of the camp later tonight. Naruto gave a command to Reiga mentally. Reiga nodded dumbly with a dazed look in his eyes. With a single finger, Naruto had placed the man in a genjutsu. With his vast amount of chakra, something as easy could easily be achieved by disrupting the other man's chakra network, with his greater amount. But he couldn't do anything crazy since his chakra control was a little bit off the rails, but it was good for this situation. Oh. I am made you something. Buntan's cheeks turned a healthy shade of red as she dug into the bag on her back. Her red clothes were a little dirty, so she must have returned from a mission. Why, you better be grateful, I idiot. Buntan pulled out a small object, a soft doll that looked like him. Thank you. Naruto reached out and accepted the gift with a suspicious voice and gaze. Now that he was holding the soft doll, it looked just like him. It had the same color hair as he did with little red eyes. For the Sharingan. It wore the black clothes he did, and everything else. It was a mirror image of him. But there was one thing he didn't like about it. That goofy smile. He didn't smile like that. But other than that, it was a well-made doll. Naruto had to let Buntan know that. I didn't think someone like you was capable of such a soft and gentle act. Is that supposed to be a compliment? The girl asked. It is? Gosh. That is the cutest thing. With little stars in her eyes, Mera took the doll away from Naruto and cuddled up against it. Buntan-chan, you have to make me one. It's going to cost you. Buntan said, rubbing her hands together with a sharp grin. What? Mera recoiled with a sharp gasp. Before getting close and hugging Buntan. I'll pay you with our friendship. That's not gonna get me anything. Buntan yelled and with effort, pushed away a struggling Mera. Well, we need to go home and rest up. Reiga urged as he moved Buntan along. See ya around. He waved over his shoulder. Bye guys. Buntan waved as she walked away with her dad. But she turned to see her dad shaking, and sweat coming down his brow. Dad, what's wrong with you? You look like you're about to fall over and die. Reiga took a look at his shaking hand. He felt confused. During this whole conversation, a part of him just blinked out. As if his mind wasn't his own. He quickly checked to see if his chakra was out of control. He did just come into an encounter with two Uchihas, which he had been making a great effort to stay away from them. However, Reiga had no idea that his fate was already sealed and placed on hold. His time was soon to come and the clock slowly ticked as time moved. Don't worry about little one, I'm fine. Reiga ruffled her hair. I'm just a little bit more injured than I thought. The two kids watched as the father and daughter walked away. But Mera was able to notice something. That Reiga guy, he seems fishy to me. He's been avoiding me and the clan since he got here. That's when Mera's eyes narrowed into a sharp glare that signaled chaos. I think he's a spy, it's just a pity he's Buntan-chan's father. Yay. What a pity. Naruto stared at the retreating back of Rega with his own death glare like Mera. Welp, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Mera said as if she was not just talking about something really important. She grabbed Naruto's hand and locked fingers, again, with a cute blush. But that mood was over, and Naruto was not about to hold her hand again. So he shook his hand from Mira's grasp, causing the girl to pout. It sure is taking a while, I know my genjutsu is unbreakable for the likes of him. Naruto quietly spoke sitting up in a tree. That's why you should have let me do it, where there would be no doubt. Shisui whispered next to him. It's fine, as long as he shows up. Nori, but into the conversation. Until she looked off into the distance. I sense him coming. Nori and Shisui fell silent as Naruto dropped from the tree. What his mother sensed was correct after all. Walking towards him with a blank gaze under the light of the moon, was Rega. Scum. Naruto mentally spat with disgust and hatred in his mind. I hate traitors. Naruto held up a half-ram sign and released the genjutsu golding the man. Hoa. Where am I? Rega looked around quickly, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings served as a shock to his system. That is when his eyes landed on Naruto in front of him. You placed me under genjutsu, didn't you? Naruto looked at the man with a placid expression. I did, and you were powerless to stop it. Naruto's answer made Rega grit his teeth together and veins to bulge. As the man looked ready to burst into anger. You filthy, bloodline-using piece of shit. Rega pulled a kunai from his back weapon pouch. I'm going to bury you alive. With lighting enhancing his speed to move faster than the human eye could track, he rushed forward. He's so slow, I could actually run laps around him. And so, taking this chance to test out his power, Naruto literally began to run circles around the piece of shit father. 1, 2, 3, heart, lungs, head, I could kill this worm if I wanted to. Rega didn't even notice that Naruto had run around him a total of 6 times already. But Naruto stopped and stood back in his position. He's gotten faster, Shisui said smiling. But how? He was locked up for 2 weeks. Not to mention how bigger he looks. Even his chakra became more potent and large. I'll tell you all about it later. Nayori's eyes gleamed with happiness. Now, go do what you came here for. Right? Shisui dropped to the ground and as soon as his feet touched the grass, he was gone. He moved at high subsonic speeds. To not be seen. Shisui even moved faster than Naruto, and Rega could see, leaving only Nori to follow his movements. Shisui grabbed Rega by the throat, and now entered Naruto and Rega's vision. What incredible speed, I didn't see him move. Naruto had to give props to Shisui, maybe he underestimated him a tiny bit. Now, you're going to tell us everything you know. Shishui's voice came out in a dark tone Naruto had never really heard from the kind boy. It was a reminder to him that Shisui was still in ANBU, and still a powerful Uchiha. I'll never tell you anything. Rega said what he could in the hold of Shisui. That's when he was lifted off the ground, and held in the air choking, and all he could do was look into the hypnotizing eyes of Shisui. And no, not Aonjin, and not to these bit. Alright, now what do we ask first? Nori-sama. Shisui let the man drop like a dirty rat. Good job Shisui-kun, and great speed Naru. Nori complimented the two boys on a good job as she walked toward them. And as for what we need. Nayori's voice went from soft to hard in a heartbeat. Everything. Okay then, well get the obvious question out first. Shisui turned to face the dazed Rega. Are you a spy for Yagura? Yes. Rega drowned out. As expected. Nori said. Though she knew Rega was a spy, it always felt better to hear it come from the person's mouth. Was the story you told us a lie? Shisui asked. Yes. What did you lie about? The part where I escaped because of your battle. I had never been caught in the first place. I was trying to kill Zabuza for attempting to assassinate the Mizukage. Rega informed truthfully and robotically. Zabuza, that man was too hasty. A lot of this is his fault. Nori scowled. Zabuza Momochi, a high-ranking jounin, before he went rogue after trying to eliminate the fourth Mizukage. But Zabuza was no regular shinobi, he was a holder of one of the legendary Swords of the Mist, which made him a member of the Seven. Next to Ainuri and the others. Zabuza was famous in the Bloody Mist, for killing a whole class of training shinobi. And he wasn't even a shinobi with any up-and-coming training. He often enjoyed killing a little too much, and volunteered for a mission involving assassination, or straight slaughter. This earned him the nickname of Demon of the Mist. I think May said something about him before, but I can't remember. Naruto said with a finger to his chin. Yes. She mentioned he wanted to be Mizukage and save the nation from dying. Nori answered the question. But that's off topic. Let's get back to asking more questions. What all have you told Yagura? Naruto asked a very tense and serious question that made all of their stomachs turn. I told him about the mission on Shigakure Island. I told him about Thriller Grand. I've been telling him where the supply chains are, who to target, and even this very base. If they weren't surprised before, they were now. Reita had told Yagura their main base. For all they know, Yagura could be here any second, to wipe us all off the map. In a flash, Nori withdrew her blade, and almost cut off the man's head. But she stopped at the last second. Damn it. She pulled back her sword. Nori gnashed her teeth together, as the situation quickly became critical. We've got to speed things up, no longer can we wait. We must attack first. Naruto strongly spoke, but he frowned. This was not good at all. What a nightmare. Shisui ran his hand down his face with exaggeration. That's all we needed. Send him home, but don't dispel the genjutsu from him. Keep it as a fail-safe, well, expose him in front of everyone, in the near future. Nori ordered Shisui to turn the genjutsu into a dormant genjutsu. For someone of Shisui's level, it was child's play. Roger. Shisui did as told and performed the genjutsu. Reiga began to leave unaware of what he had just told them. Come on, let's go. You said there was something you wanted to tell the clan, right? Nori pulled Naruto close and began to walk back to the quarry. Yes. I meet our goddess. Nori giggled cutely. That must have been some good sleep. As all the Uchiha gathered around a campfire looking at Naruto, who was preparing to tell them important news. And by the smile on his face, it appeared Naruto was eager to tell. The floor is yours, son. Nori gestured for Naruto to go as she sat down on a log. Naruto nodded. I am sure you all know about how we prayed to the Naka shrine. They all nodded in the affirmative. Well, our prayers were heard and answered by our goddess, Sengun-sama, Sakura Hime, or Blooming Princess. Everyone looked at him, and blinked owlishly. They looked at him like he was crazy, or something. That would be everyone except for Mera, whose eyes were wide. Wait, did you say Sengun? Mera stood up from her seat next to Hayakawa, who was laid out across Jinkasu's lap. Naruto smiled. Did Mera already know of her? Yes. Sengun-sama has been watching over us since the very beginning. She is the one who gifted us the Sharingan and gives us our mangyeko abilities. That is some craziness. Hayakawa said, lying across Jinkasu's lap. With a twitching eyebrow, Jinkyusu asked her a question. Why are you in my lap? I am not a chair. She chose not to answer and paid closer attention to Naruto. Mera moved to Naruto with an expression of confusion. Do you mean we have a god? Yes. Mera looked hesitant about something, and sought comfort in her brother Shisui, who tossed her a thumbs up, which meant it was okay to reveal her new power. Naruto-kun, I have something to show you. Mera then looked Naruto in the eyes and began to send chakra to her eyes. Mera's eyes changed into their advanced state. Mera had 8 small triangles surrounding her black pupil, which gave the effect of an incomplete star. You and brother Jinkyusu both, huh? Yup. Jinkyusu flashed his own swirling eyes of chaos at Naruto. Yes. We awakened them when we thought you had died. Mera's voice dropped and she looked away in sadness. I'm sorry for that. Really. I'll be sure it won't happen again. Naruto apologized. You better. You scared us half to death. Hayakawa shouted in anger. Naruto chuckled. I'm sorry, sister. It won't happen again. Better not. But what do you want to show me? Naruto turned towards Mera again. My ability. It's called Sengun. Mera held up her hand and a brilliant red flame roared to life. Naruto's eyes went wide as he looked at the red flame, that possessed an oppressive heat, that even the Uchiha sitting down could see. Against his will, Naruto activated his own mangyeko Sharingan. His was still the same hollow three-pointed pinwheel with a black pupil in the middle of the small hole. A familiar tingle ran through Naruto's eyes, and he scanned the red fire in Mera's hand, taking in every little detail. How much chakra it took, how fast it could activate, what chakra points does it extend from, and how to make it better. That's when Naruto held up his hand, and to everyone's shock, red fire much like Mera's sprung on his hand, but it seemed to be more dense and powerful than the original. A pregnant pause covered the camp so much that even the crickets didn't chirp. They all just looked at the two young Uchiha in bewilderment. How interesting, Naruto said. He began to play around with the fire as he changed its shape of it, making it into a small sphere, a sword, or even stretching the flame. What? How did you do that? You can't just copy my power. Mera pointed a finger at Naruto. Is this what you meant? Sengan-sama. Naruto let the flame dispel and turned towards the crowd. Take my words to heart, for our goddess watches over us. This flame is a representation of her will. Now the boys' words had merit, and they'd be sure to take in what they had learned today. But one thing was clear. Naruto Uchiha indeed was amazing. Your son is a cheat code, Nori. Korrigan whispered with a fang grin. I wonder if he can even copy your ability. I suppose there is only one way to find out, right? Mera grinned back before she got up and walked over to her son. Let's test this out, see if you can copy even my ability. She sent him a wink. The inverted flower petal spun to life in Nari's eye as the shadow beneath her feet widened. Jumping from the shadow was a replica of Nori except for two horns, made from wind, on their forehead. The same process that happened with Mera happened again, and Naruto ended up copying his mother's ability. All it took was one glance and a second to have the layout memorized, and the technique was his. Naruto's ability to copy other mangyeko abilities was something that happened on its own, even without him doing it. This ability was called Sveznalika. Jumping from Naruto's expanded shadow, below his feet, was a clone of the boy. The difference being his horns were even different from his mother's. These horns were not big or small, just a medium size. They came from the side of his head just above his ears. They resembled the horns of a water buffalo in their shape, but not size. The horns were made from orange fire that blazed on Naruto's head. How interesting. This clone of mine seems to have the same strength as me. I guess these clones are different from the shadow clones. That is very interesting. Nori came and poked the Naruto. She noticed that this fire clone had Naruto mangyeko pattern in its eye, just like her clones would have her own. That's not fair. He can have everyone's abilities, Mera said in shocked outrage. That's when she leapt into Shisui's arms crying fake tears. Brother, you have to do something, even his fire was better than mine. She whined into Shisui's chest. Come on, stop overreacting, sis. Shisui patted Mera's back comforting. As I said, it was a gift, and I finally realize it now. The curse of hatred. As soon as Naruto said that, all the Uchiha frowned at the sour subject, giving off dissatisfied grunts. It was a challenge to see if we were truly worthy of the power we received in return. You must first defeat the enemy, which is yourself, before hoping to defeat others. Naruto said. I know what I am saying may seem a little crazy, and even I am still a little freaked that this is real, but just listen as I only speak the truth, just like I always have. Now Naruto was finished, and all the Uchihas had to take in the words of their clan heir. For some reason, they all felt stronger as their bonds with each other seemed to increase, and the love they all shared radiated the darkness in their hearts, like a lighthouse shining its piercing light through the dark, saving all those it captured with its loving light. Had the time they spent murdering each other for power all worthless? Killing their closest friends for something that wasn't even guaranteed really worth it in the end. Some felt guilty leaving the scene and went into their tents to continue praying like they had been doing throughout the years. There was no shrine for them to pray to, but even still it felt as if their prayers were being answered. Naruto lay resting in a blue shirt underneath the covers of his bed. What a crazy day. He held up his hand to his ceiling as he flexed his hands a couple of times. I've got to get back to training tomorrow. And get back into shape. To not be a burden or allow any more of his comrades to die, Naruto had to become stronger. And no longer having to deal with the curse of hatred diluting his thoughts anymore. He was in a way free. That is when his door opened, and Naruto turned to see his mother, in a long purple nightgown. Hey son. Nori walked over to Naruto's bedside. Just come to tell you goodnight. She leaned down and kissed Naruto's forehead before in an obvious act of falling over. She landed next to him under the covers smiling as if nothing had happened. Mother, why are you in my bed? Naruto asked with a twitching eyebrow. And I know you tripped on purpose. Nori only gave him an eye smile. I don't know what you are talking about. HMPH. Nori then pulled Naruto close to her as she rested her head atop of his with a soft smile. I just want to sleep with you tonight. Where I know you will be safe and secure, in my loving arms. Naruto didn't reply as he simply rested in his mother's embrace, which allowed him to sleep peacefully. Which was much needed since it had been 2 weeks since he had gotten a good sleep. And now, he couldn't think of any better place to be. 2 days later. Forging warehouse. Naruto stood in a white undershirt that clung to his skin, from the sweat running down his body. He had on a visor and a dirty apron to keep him safe from the sparks. His hands were in gloves, as he held a big hammer in his right hand. The fire in his furnace was a brilliant crimson red from Sengen that sounded like a beast as it roared. Naruto held big steel pliers in his hand that was used for crafting. Pulling out a burning slab, Naruto quickly sat it on an anvil. He quickly got to hammering away at it trying to thin out the black shining metallic metal. Naruto had been doing this for about 30 minutes now, as had been trying to make the perfect shape. But now it seemed to be perfect. So Naruto set the metal in water as it sizzled, and popped from the heat. This is what Naruto had been doing all morning. He was making the perfect weapon that could cut down anyone that stood before him. In a process of shaping the metal, cooling it down, and some more banging here and there, Naruto finally had what he wanted. With his gloved hands Naruto held up the piece of sharp metal. The blade reached 14 inches long, and at a mere touch, could draw blood. The coating clay Naruto used was a smooth gray, that was dark at the top, and slowly, faded, into a much lighter shade of gray, that resembled clouds filled, with rain ready to fall. Now all that's is to connect the two. With that said, Naruto went on to connect the two pieces using the knowledge he'd gained from trial and error. With intense focus Naruto connected the two pieces carefully to not mess anything up. And in the end, it came out just the way he wanted it to. Smiling the entire time, Naruto held up the newly forged scythe. It possessed the same now black scales of same hata, that formed into a long staff, that had a chain attached towards the bottom of it. This chain would be used to attach the gunbai or any other weapon he wanted. The part meant for killing was perfect. Sharp, curved, unique, and sturdy. Finally, you are complete. My masterpiece. A weapon unmatched and peerless. You are no normal Sith, or weapon, as even the 7 ninja swordsmen's blades pale, in comparison to you. Naruto could feel the weapon vibrate in his hand with what felt like excitement. He was excited too. Safuu shall be your name. Imbuing Safuu with chakra it hummed, and shifted colors, as the chakra lit up his work area, drawing all the others' attention, who were working in the forge. Thank you, Master. Naruto blinked as the feminine voice came to his mind like a whisper. Naruto looked over at everyone staring at him with wide eyes. He checked to see if any women were in the forge, but found no one. How strange. Naruto said to himself, ignoring the gaping mouths of the other men in the forge. But now it was time to train with Safuu, and learn how to perform combos with it. As Naruto performed cuts, stabs, and swings with Safuu, he held a smile the whole time. This was great, the weapon was performing perfectly. It was balanced, never slipped from his hands, and didn't strain under the now increased strain of his chakra. Sending lightning chakra to the weapon, Naruto sent arcs of purple lighting toward a field of trees that cut them all down upon contact. So interesting. It amplifies my chakra as I send into it. Smirking at the weapon, Naruto couldn't help but give praise to it. Safuu. Truly amazing. What else can you do? Naruto performed a sign for the shadow clone jutsu. And a clone popped into existence next to him. Fire a jutsu at me. I wish to test if it can absorb it like the original same Hada. Naruto ordered the clone and took positions. A giant fireball came hurtling at him, burning the ground black as it carved a path toward him. Naruto spun the scythe in a blatant show of skill and performed a clean cut down the center of the fireball. Instead of taking in the chakra, Safuu turned the fire chakra into small blue particles that floated around the area. Naruto could sense what had happened. Instead of absorbing, Safuu performed the opposite and negated the chakra with her own, canceling it out in a way that will come in handy for the future. Naruto let the clone dispel as he got an idea. One last test. I hope you're up for it. Naruto shifted into a stance where he performed a cut in an instant. Eternal rest grave marker. The long and furious swings of Naruto's scythe were incredible as his arms moved so fast, you wouldn't even be able to see them. Even a fully grown Sharingan would have trouble keeping pace with his arms. As the attack neared its end, and the swings came to a stop, Naruto felt he could keep going, so he did. Creating a second act on the spot. Second act tombstone. Naruto spun the scythe in a circular motion around himself, basically trapping himself in a cutting circle. His hands and wrists spin perfectly with each other to keep Safuu in his grasp, as the attack came out flawlessly. Naruto stopped and exhaled. He looked to see if the weapon showed any signs of strain, or was about to break. No sings. Naruto walked over and sat down on a log, reflecting on everything he had learned. He took a sip from his water flask, and rested Safuu in his lap. These past few days have been something else. He discovered a goddess was watching over his clan, Mera was in love with him, Bunten's father was a traitor, and he finally knew the name of his own mangyeko Sharingan. What he thought was kamui was just a fake. The real name of his mangyeko ability was called Sveznalika. No alha. Quite fitting, dare I say. But that was furthest from the truth. I know nothing. Naruto said the words that sat deep within his heart. For when you know nothing, there is the possibility of knowing everything. Are you sure? Neri's voice came out stern. What you say is the hard truth. Bowing in front of her was a ninja. Yes. Everything is ready and we can now capitalize on Shayad Island. Our forces are very high, morale high, while the enemy has been goofing off on that island for months now. If we attack now, they won't stand a chance. They have gotten cocky, thinking we are already beaten. Nori cracked her fingers in irritation. While it is true our numbers have increased, this is still risky in the fact that Shayad Island is the most guarded and is hard to enter. That's why I think we should just attack it head first. Mei gave her input from the side. It's an island enclosed inside a barrier of high cliffs. You might be right about that. Nori sighed sadly at Mei's answer. In truth, she had been thinking the same way. Maybe instead of trying to sneak in, we just launch an all-out attack. Nori then turned to the soldier below her. If what you say is correct, they will never suspect us of doing something so reckless. If anything, their troops should be starving. We have been cutting off their supply chains for half a year now. Mei gave key information that sparked a flame of confidence inside Nori. Nori brightens at the statement. You're right, this should be an easy conquest. Nori then stood from her seat. Gather up our forces. I want 700 able shinobi ready to leave. Mei, go get Harabel, Espeth, and anyone else you think might help. I'll gather up the Uchiha. Roger. The two nodded before vanishing from view. Woa. Seriously? Mera asked in shock. Yes. It's time to prepare because we will be moving out. Shisui told his little sister. About time. I've been itching to kill somebody. Higan said, flexing his hands and grinning. They're not ready for the slaughter about to commence. Haikawa had a devilish grin that matched her father's. This battle was going to be brutal, bloody, and hellish. She was going to love it. Brother Jin, you've got your hands full with that family. Mera nervously stepped back and looked at Jinkyusu. Bro, Jinkyusu was radiating chakra from his body, as he slowly began to withdraw Summer Queen. A slaughter shall commence. I think he's already been corrupted. Mera then looked towards Naruto, who was checking to see if he had everything. Mera, come here. Naruto said, causing the girl to walk closer to him. What is it? Good luck, smooch. She blinked her long and curved eyelashes at him with a cute blush. Here. Put this on. Naruto held out a Uchiha-styled armor to the girl. I noticed yours was damaged, so I fixed it for you. Mera held the armor and gave a once-over. It was light gray and contained a chest piece and two plates on her waist. Thanks, I'll feel more protected now. She earned a nod from Naruto. Glad you like it. In the future, I'll make you a better dagger as well. Instead of using that tanto. Mera gave a soft smile. It's fine, you don't have to do all that for me. This is special. Holding the plain black tanto in her hands, almost caressing it, Mera smiled. I'm glad you do all that for me, but really. It's fine. Whatever you say, I'll do it anyway. It was clear Naruto wasn't going to budge on the matter, and Mera just bumped his chest with her fist. Your mom was right, you are hard-headed. Get a room, you two. Hayakawa teased the two with a grin matching a Cheshire cat. Sister. Shut up. Mera yelled with a full-on atomic blush. Anyways, let's go. I am sure everyone is ready. Naruto ordered, and they all filed out to the main entrance of the camp. Naruto, Mera, Shisui, and Jinkyusu sat on a rocky ledge that was 87 meters high, off the ground. Beneath the cliff was a large body of water. Resting in this large lake was an island with a big prison and a small town located. The prison was on the west of the island where their captured soldiers were kept. This is also where most of their island was stationed, while he and the 150 shinobi would attack the town. Their captain was Harabelle, and she was wearing a white crop top held closed by 4 golden buttons. Her bottoms were also white hakama pants that left the sides her slim waist exposed, showing her olive-colored skin. Her footwear was black Zori sandals that were hard to the touch. We wait for the others to give the signal, and then we flunk. So prepare and double-check that you have everything. Harabelle stood next to Shisui and folded her arms underneath her breast, causing a slight bounce, which Shisui took notice of. And Naruto, do you have a minute? Naruto turned to see Chihiro fidgeting as he asked him a question. Yes. What do you need? Chihiro took a moment and collected himself. I just want to say I'm glad you're okay. I will fight with all I have to win this. Naruto was surprised at first, since Chihiro didn't stutter and said that whole thing while looking at him in the eyes. But he then gave Chihiro a firm nod, while his lips turned into a smirk. I appreciate the concern, and we will win today. Naruto turned and looked out toward a section of the town down below. No matter how challenging it may be, a certain person's chakra could be felt from his location. Squinting her grassy green eyes, Harabelle saw the signal. And that signal was the other side jumping off the cliff and launching jutsu toward the prison. What looked to be a dragon made from ice carried a bunch of the soldiers down and protected others with its giant wings, a clear sign of Espeith using her bloodline. Woa, Espeith sensei is awesome, Sanagi said, smiling. I wonder when she will teach me that. Sanagi was still wearing the white militaristic outfit that looked like Espeith, but he had fur covering his collar and lining on his chest and like hers. Ready everyone, our window of opportunity is coming. Yes, Captain. Mera stood with a dark grin and spun her tanto around in her hand. When do we go? Naruto asked. When the town starts to panic and sound the alarms. Watch as they flee to the other side in responding aid to their allies. Harabelle answers the question, hiding a smirk behind her high collar. Outstanding. Who came up with such a great plan? This time it was Mei-sama, one of her best, I must say. Harabelle respectfully answered Naruto. As Harabelle herself held Mei in high regard, since at first, Mei was the one leading the rebels into victory, while also being an outstanding leader. Harabelle cherished the bonds they had. Everyone, let's go. She was the first to jump. Mera, copy my hand signs. Naruto quickly told the girl next to him before jumping off in a flip. Falling, The wind pushed up their hair and the sound was deafening, as they would have to yell to hear one another. Mera did as instructed and performed the same jutsu Naruto did. Fire released Great Flame Flower. The two expelled multiple fireballs with a vengeance. Do it again, Mera, but this time. Naruto activated his mangyeko Sharingan. Add a little red to the painting. Mera caught on quickly, and sped through the same hand signs. Sang on Great Flame Flower. Following the orange fireballs, were bigger, better, and stronger red fireballs. Nice teamwork. Shishuyu gave a grin and thumbs up. Sanagi amped the fire with a wind jutsu. Sanagi was falling upside down with a grin. Aye Captain. Sanagi then proceeded to use a wind jutsu. Wind push. The already pretty large fireballs were then made bigger, and rushed forward faster, until boom! The attacks landed inside the town, and caused mass destruction, as a majority of the town was destroyed by that one attack. Sengan began to spread around the town, and would continue to burn for a total of 5 days, unless Mera or Naruto said otherwise. Many ninjas screamed as they were burned to death by the flames, or were cut down by the ninjas that landed. It was now an all-out attack by the rebels, as they defeated enemy after enemy. Should have watched your rear. Jinkyu drew Summer Queen and arched it through the air, sending a moving crescent of chakra to kill 10 ninjas in front of him at the same time. He blocked an oncoming attack from an enemy shinobi, as did a stab to the man's heart. Bumping on the end of Jinkisu's blade, was the man's heart slowly stopped beating. Sheesh, never did that before. You guys handle things over here, I'll be going to settle some things. Naruto told Jinkyu, and the boy nodded. He spun and sliced a man in half with Safuu, causing blood and guts to spill. The ease at which the weapon sliced everyone around him in half was truly something to cringe at, as it cut through muscle tissue, skin, and bone as if it was a kunai cutting web paper. As Naruto was about to jump off, his hand was grabbed, and he turned to see Mera, giving him a serious stare. Naruto-kun, remember our promise. Stepping blade. Jinkyu covered the romantic moment in the background by using one of his sword techniques. Naruto held Mera's hand in his own, as he returned her serious look with his own. I will and die. Jinkyu burnt a dozen plus loyalists to crisp with his fire jutsu, covering the two once again. But after watching these two, Jinkyu felt something. Now I'm feeling motivated. Jinkyu raised his hand, which contained a dense amount of chakra, and brought it down like a hammer to the ground that shattered and blew to pieces from his devastating power, leaving nothing standing in his wake, as only dead bodies rested beneath his feet. The two held gazes with each other, letting the battle to temporarily cease to exist. I love you, Naruto-kun, and don't forget that. She then gently pushed Naruto away. Now get going. We will handle things here. Okay? Naruto said before he vanished in a flicker of fire. When Naruto appeared back into existence, he was standing on the water with a blank expression. Floating in the water, as if waiting for him, was Kagura. Kagura looked to the sky, which began to fill with dark smoke. His ears took in the surrounding chaos. People screaming in pain or for help, shinobi launching jutsu, or the sound of crumbling buildings. It's time. A sad smile crossed his face before quickly whipping it away, as he'd make sure this battle would be the turning point in the war. The water underneath Kagura rippled, and the next thing Naruto knew, he had just blocked 4 attacks in a row. Placing his knee back down, Kagura was still lying down. You've gotten faster. That's the same attack I used on you 2 years ago. 7 Sword Demon First Act. Kagura stood to his feet with a cheeky smile. I cut you up pretty well last time. Do you still have that scar? I know I still have mine. Kagura rubbed at the wound he suffered from their last battle. Comparing me to my past self is like comparing a mountain to a bump in the road. Naruto quickly unleashed 2 slashes toward Kagura, who blocked with ease. But I see you've gotten stronger as well, Naruto said with a grin as he activated the Sharingan. And you taller, bigger. I can feel the increase in chakra. What did you do to yourself? Kagura took Hiramekara off his back and tossed it around in his right hand while Nubari hung in his left. You can wield those things together. Impressive. It's really nothing. I have the potential to use all of them. We just don't have them all, and the rest are worthless. Reminds me of someone. Bastard. The two blinked out of view, and met in the middle. They danced in a kenjutsu battle aiming to kill the other, but no blows landed. Bouncing back, they rushed forward with great strength and power, causing waves to rise underneath them. Seven Sword Demon 5th Act. Phantom Mist. Naruto easily evaded the attack, as he had to use his agility to avoid being pierced by Nubari, and his Ganabi to block Hiramekare. Naruto jumped over Kagura and moved forward, aiming to cut open Kagura's back. That is when Naruto found his arm stuck and couldn't move. Sewing needle strikes. Kagura pulled the needle to him and caused the wire around Naruto to cut into his skin, drawing blood. Naruto flexed his muscles and tried to move, but found it only made things worse. Kagura moved to finish Naruto with a smirk, but he knew something had to be up. No way Naruto would easily fall into this trap. As he got close, Naruto puffed out of existence, blinding his vision for the time being. Naruto came from the sky with Safuu covered in lighting. Kagura's eyes flashed in surprise, as he narrowly dodged. Running away. Naruto taunted with a smirk. TCH, cocky as always. Kagura chuckled with a smile. But I knew something so simple wasn't going to work on you. But he noticed something about Naruto. Nothing will. Kagura heard Naruto behind him, causing his heart to skip a beat. He performed a swing with Hiramekare, but missed, and caught nothing but the air. Too slow. Naruto was crouched but rose up with an uppercut, rocking Kagura's jaw and sending him sprawling on the lake. First blood again. You're not too good at this fighting stuff, are you? He sure is enjoying himself, isn't he? Kagura held humor inside his mind. Whatever. Spinning through hand signs, Kagura launched his next jutsu toward Naruto. Water-style dancing dragon heads. Dragon heads lifted from the water with eyes of a burning red. They spun toward Naruto with unblockable force. Let's show him, Safuu. Naruto with one swing cut all the dragon's head in bits as they dropped into small droplets of water. The chakra then went into Safuu for storage, in case needed, in later battles. What was that? That's not a jutsu you can just cut. It looks like you just sent the chakra away. Not quite. I negated the chakra, brought it back to its base form, and took the chakra for myself. Naruto held an arrogant smirk the whole time he explained the premise of Safuu to Kagura. It's with this weapon you see here I managed to do that. He twirled Safuu around, giving Kagura a show of the new weapon. Is that the masterpiece you had been talking about, saying you'd make something superior to all weapons? Kagura said, locking blades with Naruto, as they flashed across the water in battle while having a conversation. Naruto cratered the area of impact, as he landed sideways, on the cliff in front of him. Correct, and I did what I said I would. From his vantage point, Naruto could see a good view of how things were going in the battle below. Estive ducked under a swipe of a blade, as she quickly maneuvered around the blade swings. She was engaging in battle with Urasen, the general of this prison. As she spun around a wide swing from his long sword, Estive saw a window of opportunity, and quickly took advantage. With her rapier, she lunged and stabbed the man in the shoulder, and quickly sent a jab, launching the man back. Urasen wiped the blood from his lip, and quickly stood to his feet. Bitch, you'll die for that. Estive held a devilish smile. Not by you or anyone else here, the gap in our power is too great. Estive then put up the ram hand sign with her grin increasing. And the gap only widens with this. A spike of her chakra, and Urasen's right shoulder began to freeze over as it traveled all the way down to his arm. Urasen began to panic as the ice crept up to his neck. What did you do? He screamed, only to be silenced once his other arm was cut off. I used a corroding jutsu of mine. Frostbite. I just need to hit you one time and your death is all but certain, as the jutsu runs up your body. I wonder, how will you die first, by my blade or the ice taking over your body? Or me? Estive had to jump back as someone came crashing down. You damn shark ho. That was my kill. Estive said in anger while her hand holding her rapier twitched. The smoke cleared, showing Harabel pulling her big sword from the dead Urasen. Well, We finished securing the captives and they are heading back to the camp. Now all that's left is to finish off the stragglers, right? Right? Ice bitch. Ice-style ice wall. A wall of ice rose and blocked water jutsu being launched at Sanagi. The young boy then used the already wall to transform into his next jutsu. Ice-style bullet barrage. The wall fired many bullets of ice that began to pierce the enemy. That's impressive. You've been teaching him well. Harabel compliment. HMPH. Did you expect anything less from my clan? Estheth turned her nose up with a cocky smile. Water-style water twister vortex. Using surrounding water, Mera sent the giant vortex to the enemy trying to run away. You won't kill me, devil. Water-style water wall. He shouted and a wall of water rose to protect him and his comrades. Too weak. Mera said before adding more chakra and overpowering the jutsu like it was nothing. Any you taught her that? Estheth asked, but already knew the answer. Just a little something here and there. Die. Haikawa tore through her enemies with fire-covered fist as she fought like an wild animal. Fire-style fire circus. Her area was covered in a sphere of fire that contained everyone inside and burned them to a crisp. Quite the monster, that one. The two could agree on that as she killed grown men with her bare hands. As the shinobi from the town arrived on the battlefield to help their allies, the large-scale battle picked up again with greater vigor than last time. Landing in front of Jinkyu-su was a girl with a small frame and platinum blonde haircut in a bob cut. She held an emotionless demeanor and spoke coldly. You are Uchiha, which means you carry a bloodline, which also means I will kill you today. She glared at him with eyes of sunset orange. She pulled a small nodaki from her back. It was strapped to a black sash wrapping around her black chest piece, which rested over a red bodysuit. You stand in my way. Jinkyu-su slowly pulled Summer Queen from its containment. You die. He didn't even bother to activate his Sharingan as he would not need it. Rain-su, be careful. This guy hangs with that Naruto fella. He must be pretty strong. A boy of dark skin standing much taller said next to her. His hair was long and a spiky purple. But he seems to be underestimating you. And who are you? Jinkyu-su asked, now taking a better position just in case he had to fight two opponents at the same time. Kogai. Well, Kogai, consider it an honor to die by the hands of an Uchiha. Mera came in with a barrage of punches that Kogai and to use all his speed to dodge. A twist of his ankle, and he found Mera's elbow connecting with his jaw, breaking it on contact. Kogai was sent spiraling into a building. He coughed out blood, and his vision was blurred as he gazed at where he once was. What just happened? All he could see was a twinkling red light. The next thing he knew was a cut opened up on his chest, before another and another and another. 100 cuts is the name, Mera said winking at him, before his vision went black and he fell off the wall dead. Nice one, sister. Jinkyu-su nodded in Mera's direction, who just ran off. Damn you. Rain-su charged forward, whereas Jinkyu-su did as well until they were on opposite sides. Those who have no power should stay off the battlefield. Let that be a lesson in your next life. Jinkyu-su clicked the sword back into its sheath and ran to catch up with everyone else. Rain-su slumped on the ground, cut in two, as blood quickly spilled and tears slowly fell from her closing eyes. That is when a piece of the giant rock wall fell into the water, followed by a great explosion. Mera looked to see Naruto and Kagura fighting intensely up there, causing large amounts of damage. It looks like brother is winning. I'm sure he will bring the fight to a close soon. You two are worried about the wrong thing. Focus. Shisui speeds past them using Halo Dance, a signature jutsu of his that the teen created himself. Yay. Sorry brother. I'm just worried. Mera looked back to Naruto one last time, sending her silent hopes for him to be okay. Sang-un-sama, let Naruto-kun return safely. Uchiha reflection. Naruto said behind the gun, by which blew back a dragon made from water towards Kagura with double the power. Kagura groaned in pain as he was blasted upwards onto the grassy field on top of the cliff. Kagura had wounds all over his green shirt, and blood spilled from the side of his lips. His clothes were damaged and littered with cuts, As he began to pant, Naruto suddenly appeared above him, falling with his weapon. Kagura rolled out of the way and turned Hiramakiri into a long staff and swiped as Naruto, who jumped and ran down the length of the pole towards him. Athletic bastard! Kagura cursed inside his mind and launched the sewing needle toward Naruto, who slipped through it using kamui. Naruto passed through Kagura, who expected a hit but felt nothing, only for his vision to be covered by the white fan of Naruto's gunbai, smacking him off the cliff. I hate that damn move. Kagura saw Naruto diving down at him like a falling bomb. I've got something for you. Water-style water spears. Spears of water formed and rushed towards Naruto but only spun to the side in mid-air. When Naruto got close enough to punch Kagura, he had to turn and kick one of the spears away from him. But I dodged that. They both landed on the water and rushed towards each other again in a kinjutsu battle. Blocking an attack from Kagura, Naruto's back was left open, and a spear of water pierced him from behind. What? Naruto thought in surprise. Damn, I was so focused on Kagura that I didn't realize these things could lock onto my chakra. Rookie mistake. Figured it out? Kagura asked, smirking. He jumped back as Naruto launched a barrage of kunai at him, which he blocked. Those things will follow you for a total of 5 minutes. Unless you destroy them, but with that wound I. What wound? Kagura narrowed his eyes, as the hole in Naruto's top showed his skin was untouched, just like the rest of his body. This was happening the whole battle. Kagura would land a hit only for it to heal right before his eyes, or not even hurt Naruto in the first place. Fighting Naruto was really turning into a drag. He discovered the weakness of his kamui after many battles, and just when he was going to capitalize, Naruto finds a way to gain the advantage in the battle again. You asshole. This time you won't be able to heal. Kagura flipped through hand signs and slammed them on the ground. Summoning Kraken. A puff of smoke that covered most of the island appeared, and everyone's attention was drawn to the monstrous creature. With tremendous chakra levels, the smoke was blown away when a pinkish tentacle swiped the air, sending the smoke away. Standing on top of the squishy head of an octopus was Kagura. The thing had 8 extremely large tentacles with razor-sharp teeth and many sucking mouths, ready to feast on blood. "Am a master." The thing spoke, having trouble saying just a simple word. "Kraken, I need you to help me defeat my enemy over there." Kagura pointed his sword toward the wide-eyed Naruto. A talking beast? And when did he gain a summoning contract? Kagura, you cunning rat. Kraken whipped its 8 tentacles around and lashed out at all the surroundings. This thing was strange though, as it had only one big eye. Its sclera was green with a black slit pupil resting in the center. But another thing was odd. Its mouth opened, showing rows upon rows of sharp teeth. A small ball of water began to shape in the center, as it grew huge, until it was shot from its mouth into Naruto in the shape of a beam. What the? The attack connected where Naruto was and went ever further, destroying the rock wall, causing gigantic boulders to fall and making giant waves, splashing the water and washing up on the island, taking some of the ninjas into the lake. Come on, Naruto. I know that didn't finish you. Kagura looked around for Naruto as his pink eyes took in the surroundings. A swirling sound made its way to his ears, and Kagura turned to block an attack from Naruto, who came rushing out of the vortex. He can go inside the kamui too? Since when? Unknown to Kagura, this was something Naruto had just unlocked moments ago, as even he was surprised at the ability he now possessed. Their weapons meet and Naruto racked the new bari from Kagura's, causing the weapon to land on the island shoreline, coating his hand in lighting chakra, and landing a palm thrust on Kagura's gut, sending him falling off in sharp pain. However, Kagura was gently caught by Kraken's tentacle. Safe. The big monster stuttered again. I don't think so, big guy. He's good. Kagura stood up on the arm of Kraken. The beast shook its head, causing Naruto to jump off the wild beast's head. But not before he slashed at one of the tentacles, trying to slap him off. A clean cut followed, cutting off one of the 8 tentacles. The beast cried in pain, as its loud voice shook the air, only for Naruto to see the chakra gather in the arm, and another tentacle popped out. "Where did you find this thing, Kagura?" Naruto asked, landing on the water. "Oh, just at a rescue dog center." Kagura clearly mocked. Naruto calmly glared up into the one eye of the beast. He could just place the beast in a genjutsu, but Kagura could forcefully break it, and that would only be a waste of chakra. Right now though, this was good. The fight wasn't that challenging anymore because Naruto held the advantage throughout the whole fight. But now, as much as he tried to fight it, a dark grin slowly morphed onto Naruto's face as chakra began to radiate in waves off his body. The tono in Naruto's mangyeko Sharingan danced around his pupil in excitement as his blood pumped. "Let's dance." Naruto put his hands into the tiger seal and activated kamui, fire-style bomb blast dance. Naruto spewed out fire that took the form of a swirling vortex following the path of Naruto's kamui. The jutsu was large as it grew bigger the closer it got to Kagura, casting a shadow from its sheer size, causing even 5-story buildings to look small in size comparison. He still has this much chakra left. When does it end? He doesn't even look tired yet. Even in the past, battling like this would drain him. Naruto, are we truly not on the same level anymore? Kagura's thought wandered on the lines of caution as he began to feel the gap in their power grow further and further. But it was put to a halt when the fire reached Kriken and the sea monster started to get burned as it flailed its tentacles and protest as the flames crawled up its body, burning every part of it. Kagura had to work quickly to put out the flame with water jutsu. Kriken roared and began to spin, kicking up waves that threatened to swallow the island whole. It even started to release water bullets in all directions. Naruto used chakra on his feet to stick to the water. This was going to be a problem. If he allowed the Kriken to stay up, it would cause greater damage to his comrades. And he couldn't allow that. So he'd stop this beast with his own power. So he riled up his chakra even further, and it turned into crystal white. A skeleton rib cage started to form, and Naruto began to get lifted off the ground. A body, muscles, and tendons formed around a body, until standing there was Naruto's incomplete Susanoo, it holding a scythe and the loop of binding wrapped around its head. Over to the side, Shisui put a hand on his hip. "Welp, guess I don't need to help him. He seems to have this under control." "What is that?" Mera asked in awe. "He sure is strong, and to think we had finally caught up to him in strength." Jinkyusu gave a weak laugh as he shook his head. "Brother is a peerless genius, the epitome of strength. That is the Susanoo, a unique ability of the mangyeko Sharingan." Shisui turned to smirk at the two. "Something you two should unlock in the near future." "Wow, it's perfect." Mera expressed her shock with wide eyes, before smiling up at Naruto. There it was again, that feeling of adoration she felt towards him, as she felt motivated to do better, so that one day, she could be worthy of his love. Shisui's smirk increased. "Not quite, but it's close." Naruto looked down at Kriken and Kagura, who had widened eyes of shock. Naruto clenched his fist as he sent more chakra into the Susanoo, going for more. The warrior of white grew, and it roared to the sky as its golden eyes shined, and parts of the body began to shift. At the joints of its elbows, arms grew, giving the thing for arms, and it even grew another face on the back of its head. But just when Naruto could feel the power of it growing, it was like he ran into a wall. Because he now felt something blocking him from going further. "What's going on? Why can't I go further?" What Naruto didn't know was he did not have enough chakra to complete the perfect Susanoo. So he could not break through to the new realm of power, which would be required to obtain a perfect Susanoo. So in the meantime, Naruto would have to make through with what he has now, which was more than enough to crush his enemy. "Fine, it's of no meaning." Naruto turned his sights to the Kriken and commanded the Susanoo to attack. "This is more than enough to finish this fight. Okay? Do anything, something to block this attack, or we are both dead." Kagura basically yelled to Kriken, who seemed to be shaking as well. "HT, fit to summon, boss L like him." "What are you talking about? Just protect yourself," Kagura ordered. And this time, Kriken pulled itself together and wrapped itself up in its tentacles, while also using a protective layer of chakra which the many mouths on the tentacles did, by releasing a steady stream of chakra causing a sort of force field to protect him and Kagura. Naruto's eyes took on more of a sorrowful look as he began to feel regret for what he was about to do. No matter what you do, there is no blocking this next attack. This is the end. Naruto raised the Sith high above the Susanoo's head. My friend. The words came out like a whisper in the silent wind. With the force of a dropping meteor, Naruto brought the weapon of the Shinigami down upon the two with a thunderous shockwave that exploded on contact. Well damn, that boy is wow. Amiri was left speechless by the display of power. Looking over to the place of impact, Bunten narrowed her eyes. Naruto sure has gotten stronger. Naruto, some random guy she just so happened to fight one night, had now become her comrade and sibling student under Amiri. They went back and forward, but mostly her yelling at him. But Naruto had become a very dear person to her, and it had truly damaged her heart to learn of his death. But to see him alive really plastered a bright smile on her face. But now she had to go and check to see if Naruto was okay. But an enemy ninja had taken this chance to sneak up on her from behind. The male shinobi aimed his blade at her back. However, Bunten had a surprise for the idiot. Lighting shield. The shinobi struck the shield and screamed out in pain as the yellow lightings zapped him to a crisp. Dad, I'm going to go check on Naruto. Not giving her father any time to answer, she ran off. Wait. It's not safe. Reiga shouted, but his words simply bounced off Bunten's ears as she ran to the location of the battle. I guess I should go too. Maybe this will be a good time to eliminate that brat. He's got to be tired after such a battle. Now was the perfect time for some sneak attack. No one would question how Naruto died in a war such as this one. XXX. Kagura lay, beaten, and on the brink of death. His breath came out ragged and one of his lungs collapsed. From what he could feel, the boy could only see out of one eye, and his ribs were broken. Damn dying hurts. Floating in the now bloody pool of water was Kraken's bisected octopus head. It seems that only a single blow from Naruto's whatever that was killed him basically. With power like this, Naruto would surely go on to win the war, and his people could be saved. And they would soon go on to purge the country and make their nation truly the strongest. Since that was his dream after all, it was only a shame he wouldn't be able to see it through. Landing slowly on the ground as the Susanoo faded off his body, Naruto slowly walked to the dying form of Kagura. Naruto's face showed no emotion as he came closer to the dying form of Kagura. But he was still on guard, ready for anything if need be. You beat me Naruto, I'm dying. Kagura weakly said, coughing up more blood from his damaged body. Naruto stayed silent as he looked at Kagura, slowly fading in and out of consciousness. Holding on, still clinging on to life. But why? Naruto got closer and took a knee next to him. I won. Kagura turned and gave Naruto a bloody smile. You did. I know your mom will be proud. He was interrupted by a bloody cough. Say, Naruto, can you do me a favor? What is it? Call me brother, one time. Why? Kagura scowled. Come on, why you asking me question, when I'm about to die, you dick. I don't use that word lightly. It's something only reserved for the members of my clan. Naruto informed Kagura with a heavy heart. What did he see Kagura ask? Rival, friend, enemy, brother. Well, if you must know, you are my only friend. Everyone else is scared of me. Kagura sadly said, voice dripping with sorrow and pain. But with you it was different, we connected. I enjoyed fighting you, bantering with you. It was like having a real brother. You see me as your brother. Why? Naruto asked, begged almost. Kagura chuckled one last time. Hurry, brother. Just say it, one time. It was now Kagura's turn to beg as he looked at Naruto with all the hope he had left. Brother Kagura. At hearing his name said, Kagura smiled one last time, as he felt overjoyed. Thank you brother, win this war, and save the country. I believe in you. I will. Naruto said, placing his hand over Kagura's heart as the boy slowly closed his eyes peacefully, ignoring the pain his body was in. Naruto then activated Kamui and sucked Kagura's body into his personal pocket dimension. Landing behind Naruto was Shisui, Buntan, Amuri, Reiga. You okay, kid? That battle was pretty intense. Shisui said, walking on the bloody sand as his feet collected the wet sand. I'll get over it. Naruto stood up again and observed the battle still waging on. How's everything going? We won, this war is over. Shisui answered his younger brother. As expected. Naruto then turned to face Reiga, who looked away once again. Expose this traitor. Naruto pointed his finger at Reiga with a glare. The man flinched hard. He looked ready to run away any second. But he couldn't do that. He had no chance of escape. His best bet would be to lie. What are you talking about? How am I a traitor? No need to keep this act up any longer. I know you've been leaking information to Yagura about our plans. Naruto coldly stated. As his red Sharingan eyes pierced the man's soul. Reiga, fearing the worst, tightly shut his eyes and looked away. Liar. Then why do you shy away from my eyes, scum? Naruto walked towards the man with Safuu humming with chakra. Until Buntan got in his way with her sword ready for a fight. What is this nonsense you speak? My dad isn't a traitor. Glaring holes into Naruto. Listen, he's not the man you want him to be. Naruto said to the girl who was blindly defending her father. Why would I lie about something like this? He's no good. Naruto, how do you know this to be true? Amuri asked, surprisingly being calm about the whole situation. When he got here, I was told he was not shocked to see Uchiha. But when he saw me on the street the other day, he was shocked to see me. Meaning, he already knew Naruto was captured, and probably going to die. Shisui finished sending killing intent to Reiga, who began to shake. Buntan shook her head and stumbled back, all of this serving to overwork her brain. What they said were lies. Her dad wasn't a traitor. Buntan turned to face her dad, who was still looking away from the Uchiha. Dad, what they're saying is lies, right? They're lying. Buntan screamed at her dad with desperation, begging for it all to be a lie, or that they got the wrong guy. Amuri-sensei, you don't believe them, do you? Tell them they're wrong. Buntan gripped her sensei's arms in panic. Nobody moved as Buntan slowly started to sob in her hands. The sight of the normally strong girl collapsing was not something they liked seeing. But this was all because of Reiga. If he wasn't a traitor and a decent father, none of this would have happened. And Buntan could have been a much happier person. Activate it. Already on it. Shisui held up a hand sign and activated his Sharingan. With a pulse of his chakra, the genjutsu Shisui laid dormant on Reiga had activated. No. What did you do? Buntan went to attack Shisui but was blocked by Naruto. We just activated a genjutsu on him. We knew he was a traitor 3 days ago, when we exposed him. Naruto said. This genjutsu will only allow him to tell the truth. Just believe in me. I wouldn't lie about something like this. Talking face to face, Naruto and Buntan stared at each other in the eyes. For a good minute. She could see the truth and sincerity in those crystal black eyes of his, while Naruto could see the begging hope for all this to be a lie in her teal, blue eyes. Just listen to him. Naruto moved Buntan's sword, the sword he had specially crafted for her. Was she going to cut him down with that katana? How poetic would that be? Fine. She spat. But you better not be playing any games, or you're dead. HMPH. Reiga. You are a spy, correct? Shisui asked, not needing to hold any hand signs for someone so weak. Yes. The man droned. Buntan's heart quaked as her eyes grew wide. This was impossible. It just couldn't be. Why would her dad turn traitor of all things? Amuri soured as she resided the urge to cut the man open. How could he do that to his daughter? Fucking asshole. You have been leaking information about the rebellion to Yagura, correct? Yes. You lied to us about everything, correct? Yes. Why? Because I hate you all. I hate bloodline users. Yagura-sama was correct. You are all devils in human skin. Monsters. Stop it. I don't want to hear any more. Buntan yelled in rage. However, there was a staggering sadness in her voice that could not be mistaken. Take off the genjutsu. I want to talk to him. Shisui could do that for the girl. So he released the genjutsu. The man was going to die anyway. What did you do? You forced those things on me. Rada yelled, stepping back. Dad, why did you do all those things? Bunten asked, head down. Rada looked at his daughter. You'd expect him to show some signs of remorse, but he showed none. If the cat's already out of the bag, I'll just be honest. Rada closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I hate this place. Simple, but he got the point across. Rada hated his own daughter. Did you not love me? Hell no, I don't even care about you. Your worth means nothing to me. So was it all a lie? Bunten asked, voice shaking and raw with emotion. Yes. I hope you all die and come to understand the true terror of Yagura-sama, you pieces of shit. Bastard. That's your own daughter. Amiri yelled in anger. So. I don't care. All this time, you've been acting. Bunten began to shake and the clouds above began to gather in a storm. Bunbun is about to blow. Nice. Naruto mentally smirked while outside his face did not change from its plain visage. It was killing me to pretend as if I actually cared for you. I don't love you. I don't care for you, and you were just a mistake. Rada's words cut deep. It was like he was internally trying to break his own daughter's will. He was scum, truly someone who needed to die. And Bunten would deliver it to him. Die, you piece of shit, father. Bunten screamed with all her might and anger. Placing her sword above, lightning fell from the sky, striking the red katana. Tunneling fang. Spinning in a spiral, Bunten moved forward too fast for Rada to react as she tunneled through the bastard like he was made from cheap wood. Rada could only widen his eyes, as blood spilled from his gut like a fountain. In the center of his chest was a large hole revealing his insides to the world. A rather gruesome death as bones fell from the hole, landing on the ground. His organs began to fall with wet plops and he soon fell into his own pool of blood. You fucker. Amiri came and kicked Rada clean in the face just cause. I truly hold no remorse for people like you. Naruto softly mumbled. I hope you suffer in hell. They all turned their back on the dying man. Rada tried to speak, but only blood came up, as his lungs were destroyed. Bunten started to shake as she was about to break down again. Amiri, being the best sensei she could be, quickly enveloped the girl in a tight hug. Don't worry, sweetheart. It's going to be okay. Seeing Amiri be so kind and gentle was a shock to Shisui. He didn't think she was capable of something so gentle. Always seeing Amiri as this badass bitch who couldn't be touched. Well, that's how she put it at least. Shisui started to ponder the future. Amiri would make a great mother if she could be so loving. Shisui blushed at his thoughts. He shook his head rapidly. Now is not the time to be thinking like that. These feelings would have to be explored afterward. Okay, let's regroup with Captain Harabel and await further instructions, Naruto said, getting everyone back on track. Hey, Naruto. He turned at the soft voice calling his name. He saw Bunten looking away from him and rubbing at her arm. I am. Come on, it's not hard. Naruto taunted. Bunten glared as her cheeks turned red. I am sorry. Whatever. What do you mean whatever? After I apologized, that's all you can say? I was trying to say sorry for doubting you like that and almost killing you. You almost kill me? Naruto laughed. Don't be stupid. He continued walking, ignoring the fuming girl. You eggplant-haired bastard. Wait till. You didn't need to apologize to me. You just believed in your father, even if it was misplaced. I don't hold what you did against me and I never will. Naruto turned and surprisingly hugged Bunten. Don't ever feel like you need to apologize for something you believed to be valid. Bunten's eyes watered as she hugged him back, ignoring the bloody armor he was wearing. Thank you for being my friend. It means so much to me. Make Sennin-sama altar. Naruto found himself in a strange world, as he looked around at the colorful scene. Where am I? He heard an angelic chuckle, followed by a melodious female voice. You're in my domain. Turning around, Naruto saw words couldn't even describe who he was looking at. She was perfect, unmatched beauty. Silky jet black hair falling to her nest but somehow being carried by the wind. Her skin was a soft unblemished pale complemented by her just as black eyes that contained a mature playfulness in them. Sengun wore an off-the-shoulder kimono that was crimson red and made from the richest fabrics. Her nails and toenails were painted red, adding a pop of color to her alluring outfit. Naruto couldn't help himself. He blushed but only slyly as he started the approaching beauty. "How I long to meet you, Naruto-kun." The woman trailed a finger down the side of his face. Who are you?" Naruto asked, stepping back on guard. The woman smiled and put a hand to her mouth. "Oh my. How could I embarrass myself like this? I am Sengun, the mother of all Uchiha." She then winked at him. "But you can call me mommy." Naruto found himself being pulled by some force into the woman's exposed chest. On a giant floating island rested a large village, one of the Great Five, the Mist Village. The place was blanketed in fog, and the air smelled heavy with seawater. Their gray stone buildings had large tree roots, or trees atop their tall houses. The place was like a rainforest with how scattered civilization looked. It was thanks to the thick trees that blocked out rays of the bright sun combined with the potent mist. Their village was very hard to find if you didn't know what you were looking. It was a cultivated jungle with many rocky ledges surrounding the village's background. This is where the people of the village lived, accustomed to the humid air, hurricanes, foggy mornings, and wildlife up in the trees. It was the animals' home as much as it was theirs. Ninja ran with great speeds to a bulky tower seated above a finely crafted stone bridgeway. Its bridges spewed out across the village like branches of a tree, meant to invite those of the village into it. But nowadays, no one visited the place in fear of the Mizukage's wrath. Only ninjas going to turn in mission reports, or receive them, entered the cage mansion. Now, however, many ninjas could be seen flocking to the tower with panicked faces. As they entered the furnished hallways that were empty and cold, they couldn't help but shiver as they approached the Mizukage's office. They all stopped, collected themselves, and knocked gently. They received the call to enter and bowed, dropping to one knee in front of their leader. "Mizukage-sama, we bring terrible news." Yagura was not facing any of them, as he laid back in the leather-black chair, facing the misty village. The man didn't even acknowledge them as he continued to face the window. The shinobi took this as a sign to continue with what they had to say. "It's about Shiagakure Island. It has been taken over by the rebels, and resulted in mass casualties. With such a major loss, we are now completely surrounded by the rebel army." That seemed to get their leader's attention, as he turned, resting his fist against his cheek, giving them a dispassionate stare through pupilless pink eyes. "So their plan has come true after all, huh? I am impressed if anything. They are a persistent bunch, I tell you." "You knew about this, my lord. Why not try and stop it?" one asked, shocked and a little disappointed at the lack of action taken by their leader. "I didn't think they'd make it this far, to be honest." Yagura's voice still seemed dull as he changed his posture, becoming a bit more interested as he leaned on his desk. "We have more though, this more sensitive news." The shinobi averted his gaze, his face morphed into that of pity. "Go on, spit it out." "Well, they killed your son. More specifically, Naruto Uchiha killed him." A chilling dead silence floated in the office as Yagura's eyes bore into the shaking soldier. "Excuse me, did you say my son was killed?" Yagura asked, not sure if he heard the shinobi correctly, because what he was saying couldn't be true. His son of all people died. Kagura was stronger than most of the Jounin in their ranks. Sure, the Yagura didn't spare any time to train Kagura, but he still turned out to be quite the spectacle. "Yes, sir." The shinobi bowed his head until it touched the floor. "We shall leave immediately to take revenge for you, son." Before they could gather other ninjas to help them in their battle, Yagura spoke. "No, gather all of the shinobi in the village, and tell them that this war ends tomorrow." "Right away, sir." They all voiced in unison and flashed away to tell the good news. All 8,000 of them. Now in the office alone was a shaking Yagura. His body was racked with tremors as his chakra thrashed about in the room around him, leaving it in shambles. Running down his cheeks were warm tears as they spewed from his sockets. His eyes shifted from red, mimicking the pattern of a Sharingan, and then back to hot pink. Visions flashed across Yagura's mind in rapid succession, slamming into him like two goats going head to head. He had a son, a girlfriend, a family, friends, and he was the Mizukage trying to fight for change. All these memories that seemed to be hiding in the back of his brain came rushing to the front of his mind. Where did the time go? These memories of his, locked behind a blurry was of glass only letting him see faint outlines of what used to be. My mind. It hurts. What happened? Yagura fell from his chair and thrashed on the ground, relishing a stomach-turning scream. His son had died. The only family he had left was gone. It was too much. Why did his child have to be taken from him like this? Why did he have to leave his father all alone? That sorrow quickly began to overtake Yagura, as years upon years of guilt and regret began to rise to the surface. So much so that the man began to spill his guts on the floor, revolted with himself and the actions he had taken a part in. This is not what he was supposed to do as a Mizukage. He swore to fight to make this a better place, to change the bloody mist, not make things worse. He then picked himself back up and laid back in his chair and took heavy breaths. All of that sorrow seemed to have calmed him down. But now, a new emotion took to the surface. A passionate burning rage swelled up inside his body. A dark chakra oozed from his body, corrupting his mind and giving him dark thoughts, as hate took over him once more, but this time, it felt different. It seemed to be the hate of a devastated father, an angry Mizukage, and another. Someone even more vengeful than he was. The murderer of his child, Naruto Uchiha. He and his whole clan shall become the victim of his wrath. Tomorrow, they would all die. No survivors. The place was still a mess after the battle only a couple of hours ago. People moved around cleaning up the area, helping their comrades who were injured, rounding up the surrendering enemies, or finally taking this time to rest. Some tents had been set up to try and make something of this place, in the meantime. But a rather large tent sat in the middle, and shadows could be seen moving in the background of the tent. Inside was Nori talking over the future with her generals, Espeith, Harabel, and May. Okay, it's go time. It happened a bit sooner than I wanted, but now we have no other choice. Nori paced back and forth. I am sure Yagura has received reports already, so he knows we have him surrounded on all fronts. Not to mention his son is dead. She finished with a sad sigh. Her heart went out to Yagura. No matter how much of a monster he was, having your son killed on the battlefield is sure to drive anyone over the edge. Yay? Should we pull all our forces together and fight him head-on? May asked with a worried expression. No. Even if we put all our forces together, we'd still be outnumbered by a large number. We are going to use our advantage of surrounding them to our favor. Nori smirked as she drew lines on the map of water country on the table. Nori drew a circle around all the bases they had. The mist village was smack in the middle on a huge island. We will bring our troops from the west, east, north, and us in the south to all converge on the battlefield right here. Drawing a big X on a large clearing, she dropped the marker and gave a nervous grin. It will take them some time to make it to the point. Any questions? Harabel raised her hand. Won't that take too long? How are we going to survive the onslaught of attacks? A good question, but you forget. I am an Uchiha with the mange claw Sharingan. My abilities are suited for battle. Espeith was the one to react first, surprising everyone. No way. Are you implying you're okay with fighting them by yourself until backup arrives? The concern and anger Espeith spoke with served to surprise them all, as she still seemed to dislike the Uchiha. Neri's shocked face soon morphed into a small smile. While I am grateful for your concern, it is not needed. I am the strongest in this country. I know it may sound arrogant, but it is the truth. HMPH, it seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Espeith turned her head. Naruto, the damn brat. Now she can see where he got it from. Even so, we can't allow you to do something so dangerous on your own, May said, much calmer but still concerned. There has to be something we can do. Not until their numbers are reduced. I promise it won't take long. You'll just have to wait and see. There's no one on the other side who can stop me. Let alone the Uchiha. Nori finished with a proud grin at her family name. May chuckled. You're starting to sound more and more like your son. Has he been rubbing off on you? Maybe just a little. Nori laughed back. Before she became serious once again. But after I am done with that, we can then work on fighting the rest of them. We haven't talked about him yet. What are we going to do with Yagura? Haribel brought up the sour subject. I will take him down. A simple statement Nori made. She didn't look nervous. She didn't shake or anything of the sort. In the bingo book, Nori was listed as the strongest kunoichi, even over Tsunade Senju, who was famous for her legendary strength and medical combat. So come tomorrow, everyone will bear witnesses to the full might of Naruto. I already sent out a message to the other camps. They should be traveling to the location now, since it will take some time. Nori spoke once again. So now we just prepare and wait for the long overdue battle. May said. I pray everything goes according to plan. With Sengen-sama backing us, there's no way we could lose. Nori finished with a proud, confident smile on her face. Naruto used his great agility to avoid the unique blade swings of Bunten's sword act. He didn't even have his Sharingan activated, as another form of training for him. To be able to predict his enemy's moves without using his Sharingan. Naruto was somewhat able to do this but only in Taijutsu, not during high-speed Kenjutsu matches. Bunten didn't grit her teeth at having missed her attack, as she figured this would happen. Instead, she tries and flips the situation to her advantage. Her lips spread into a grin, showing sharp jagged teeth, like daggers, similar to that of her sensei. Lightning armor. Wrapping around Bunten like a cocoon was yellow sparking electricity that was rather dense. It covered the shady courtyard in yellow lighting. This was just supposed to be a light spar in sword acts. Naruto thought relaxed while seeing the bright young girl. Her stance still shows she will use double blade. Come at me. As if hearing Naruto's thoughts, Bunten dashed forward in a trail of yellow light moving in zigzag patterns, trying to confuse Naruto. She was then all of a sudden in his face performing an attack. Naruto went to block, but Bunten blurred from his vision. A feint. Moving his head on a swivel tossing his purple hair, Naruto saw the vortex of attacks coming his way from a smug-looking Bunten. You should know it's not over so soon. Naruto's arms blurred as he performed the second sword act causing a protective dome of swings to block the incoming attacks. I know. That's why I'm taking it easy on you. Idiot. Bunten yelled over the loud ringing of the clashing metal between their two weapons. Bunten told a lie. She was not going easy on Naruto. The only restraint she should was not aiming to kill. But this long spar would soon come to a climactic end. Double blade fifth act. What? She's already at the fifth act? She's surpassed me in sword acts? Though he may have thought surprised, he held a look of pride and fondness aimed at Bunten, who did not miss the look. Even if she had more blade acts than him, this did not mean she would win this spar. Rampaging lightning. Bunten used greater speed enhanced by the lightning armor speeding up her muscles, nervous system, and cells in the body. Her power was greater, along with her speed and thinking. Let's see, what's the best way to stop a charging beast? Naruto observed as Bunten inched closer along with the rapid strikes from her two swords. The fifth act seems to be an onslaught of attacks meant to overwhelm. I see where the name comes from. She has a lot of momentum so she'll be pretty hard to stop, so I'll have to apply a greater force for a longer period of time. Naruto squeezed the handle of his two Uchiha-styled katanas. He had a plan, but needed an attack from Amuri's double blade to stop this charging beast in front of him. I don't know anything in the double blade stance that could stop her. I have to get some more training from Amuri-sensei. Naruto knew what he had to do though. I'd much rather create something new anyways, since creating is the essence of life. Naruto moved forward ready to meet Bunten in a clash. He's doing it again. Amuri palmed her face. Naruto was just something else. Naruto created a whole new move as he brought both swords, that were glowing with chakra to meet the blades of Bunten. He did continuous slashes horizontally, diagonally, and in turning arcs. The dance these two kids found themselves in was quite the spectacle, but like Naruto intended, he began to overpower Bunten as swords flew, from her hands and got stuck in the ground while the girl fell on her butt. And I win again. Naruto held the sword inches away from Benten's face with a pleased smirk. Damn you. I thought I was going to win that for sure. Bunten then accepted the hand Naruto extended to her. She got up and patted the dirt off her clothes and walked to get the swords batted from her hands. She picked them up and gripped them tightly until they crumbled to pieces of metal on the ground. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. I don't know what goes on inside that brain of yours. Amiri came down and slung an arm around Naruto's neck. But I love it. Loved the new sword act you just created on the fly. She was proud and wanted Naruto to know that. He was truly a gifted child, a genius on and off the field. And she cared greatly for both of the students in her care. Thank you, sensei. Your words mean a lot. Naruto accepted the embrace and compliment with a smile. Around his close friends, he allowed the stoic mask he wore to fade and display his true colors to them. He'd do anything for them. But Naruto wanted to ask his sensei for a favor. Is it okay if you teach me some more sword acts? I noticed Bunten's ahead of me and on track to master all 10 acts before me. Ha! Even if she trained you for 3 straight years, you won't master them before I do. Bunten was up and challenging Naruto already with fire burning in her heart. If that makes you feel any better, I'll allow it. Naruto said. Though I don't know why you try. Me winning is inevitable. Inevitable? What does that even mean? You know what? Shove it up your ass. Bunten turned and crossed her arms as her face heated up from embarrassment of not knowing the word. I told you I hate when you use those fancy words. That's why you should read more. I tried to offer you books but you seem to be uninterested unless it has to do with being a shinobi. He's got a point there, Sparky. Sensei. Don't take his side in this. What? Serving to read may help educate you and bring you a higher understanding of the world. Wow, sensei, that was great. Never knew you liked to read. Naruto was actually impressed. What type of genre do you read? Mainly history books, biographies, and little tad bits of romance. Interesting. Elder brother Shishui likes those genres too. At his words, Amiri looked surprised. That's cool. Maybe we can meet and chat about them. Amiri crossed her arms and nodded with a smile. You know, he sometimes asks about you when we're training. Maybe he has a thing for you. Naruto said, hiding a smirk. Has he now? Amiri tapped her cheek. I will definitely poke fun at him for that. She turned and gave a sharp grin towards Naruto. As thanks, take this A-rank lighting jutsu. Oh. I wanna see. Bunten tried to peek her head and view the scroll. But Naruto placed up a hand. Not happening. You already have your own scroll. This is for me. I know. But I want yours too. I'm not sharing until I feel like it. Naruto tucked the scroll in his pouch and crossed his arms. Amiri watched the two mouth off, like brother and sister. It was really cute. Seeing the normally calm Naruto have his buttons pushed and Bunten's temper be poked purposely. She couldn't hold the laugh that escaped her as she saw the two. Sounds like you guys are having fun. Butterflies flew around Naruto until they turned into the arms of his mother who was hugging him. Hello Naru, how's your day going? Naruto smiled as he tilted his head back to look at his mother. It's been good, I've just been doing some light training with sensei and Bunten, he said. I even managed to create a new sword act. Nori smiled back. That's great honey, you're always creating new things. Well, as father said, you must always strive to improve and create, as those are the driving forces of life. Naruto recited one of the quotes his dad would often say. He did sure to remember them, all as best he could. He did say that, didn't he? Nori giggled softly. Her husband often thought himself a wise man and a teacher of life. But Nori noticed Naruto's fluctuating chakra. It could have been from the battle a couple of hours ago, and his chakra was just replenishing itself. Are you sure it's okay for you to be up and fighting so suddenly? You know you might still be recovering and whatnot. Her voice was worried and laced with motherly concern. It will be okay, I don't feel any pain. As I said before, I feel better than ever. He answered his mother's concern, who let him go from her hug. Now that his mother was here, Naruto could ask her a question. Mother, Is it possible I could get a summoning contract? Nori looked surprised as her eyebrows raised. What's brought this on all of a sudden? I'm sure you already received reports about it, but Kagura performed a summoning contract. Now I find myself wanting one. Well, do you want my butterflies? Nori asked with a bright smile, wishing to pass down something to her son. I'll pass on that. Is there anything else? Naruto knew there was something his clan had that they often summoned. A clan animal, but it was slipping his mind right now. Despite the pout, Nori flipped through hand signs, and in a puff of smoke, in her hand was a scroll with a paw print. The Uchiha possess the Ninako. I can give you this if you want it. Yay, that's right, I almost forgot the clan had that. Why does no one ever talk about them? Naruto asked the question as he took the scroll and observed the leathery strap holding it all together, with a small red paw print smack in the center. They are not the fighting type, so we didn't use them as the Uchiha is a clan of fighters. So the scroll normally just stayed with the elders, who summoned them from time to time. Saying cats were good for the soul. Nori revealed important history of the clan. So if you are looking for a fighting partner, these are not your best bet. But that's not saying they can't fight at all. It's fine, I am sure they will serve other purposes than just fighting. Naruto unraveled the scroll and laid it on the ground. He could see only two names signed in blood. Izuna Uchiha. Isol Uchiha. Izuna, wasn't that? Indeed. Naruto felt amazed. Was he going to sign the same contract that Madara's brother signed? Using his knowledge of summoning contracts he read from books, Naruto wrote his name in blood on one of the open spaces. Mother, can you show me the hand signs? Can I sign it? Bunten asked, sitting next to Naruto. Nori gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, sweetie, but this is a clan contract only. To this, Bunten dropped her head in disappointment. Hey, we can get you your very own special contract, so cheer up. Amiri tried to cheer up Bunten, hoping to fix the knot forming in her chest. Yay. And it will be something kick-ass. Language. Nori pinched Bunten on the cheek hard and left the wound throbbing. Do I need to wash your mouth out with soap? Nori asked, giving her that stare all mothers had. No. Bunten responded, holding her cheek. Okay, let's go before you receive a spanking. Amiri grabbed Bunten and ran before she could get chewed out. Hand signs, mom. She flushed. Yay. Sorry. Nori won't hand signs slow enough for Naruto to see. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram. Easy enough. But before that, you need to draw blood. Nodding, Naruto bit the tip of his thumb and flipped through the hand signs. He brought his right hand down, and seals spread across the ground in black ink. Small clouds of smoke covered the area, and Naruto could see the silhouette of a cat. It was a normal-sized gray cat with a yellow sclera and sharp black pupils in the shape of a slit. The cat looked at Naruto with a passive, placid expression. It then turned its head and observed its surroundings. Doing this action made the bell around its neck jingle. Hello, I am Naruto Uchiha. Nice to meet you. Naruto displayed his manners as he extended a hand toward the cat, who was clearly intelligent as they observed him. Pleasure. The cat spoke back, extending their great paw. The voice was feminine and soft, like a mother, he noted. But I already know of you, young kitten. What an adorable cat. Nori crouched and slowly moved her hand for the cat to sniff. Clan head. Nice to lay eyes on you. Isol speaks highly of you. The Molly said, licking her paw. All of us Ninako are up to date on current information. We lend an ear to the elders sometimes. Is that so? Well, I guess we don't need to explain anything. Nori said. My name is Rima. A mother of an adorable kitten at home, and mate of Ishimura. Rima gave a happy smile. Well, Rima, are you my personal summon? Rima crawled into Naruto's lap and began to stretch while enjoying the head pats Naruto gave. Nope, it's my little one. I just answered the call for her as I wanted to meet you first. Rima said. But you seem like a well-mannered fellow. I'll allow it. Thank you, I will not mistreat your daughter. What, are you going to marry her? Stop talking so formal. Rima made a high-pitched sound that seemed more like a meow and hiccuping laugh. When she calmed down and saw Naruto's unamused expression, she spoke again. Tough crowd, but anyways, like I said before, we are not heavy fighters but can still aid you in combat. You will discover what we can do in the near future. I understand, I will just find use in your clan another way. You must be superior in something as you are a summoning species of the Uchiha. It wasn't hard to miss the pride in Naruto's voice and Rima took notice of it. Correct. Because I like you so much, I'll drop you a hint. Rima stood up on her back legs and walked like a normal person. Something that everyone has a different perspective on. It keeps the world intact, but when controlled, it can bring ruin. Rima finished with a sharp claw pointed at her throat. See ya. Space in their location cracked, and Rima jumped towards the crack, knocking it down as she flew through the glowing hole emanating bright lights. What? What just happened? Nori looked alarmed as she hesitantly reached to where the crack was. Naruto also looked alarmed but not to the degree his mother was. Rima willingly jumped through that thing without any care in the world. That meant she had no fear, and obviously knew what it was. That was another question. What was that just now? It was almost like a crack in reality. What's that? His mother asked. The answer to her question. Reality. The Ninako can control reality, or more specifically, genjutsu. Nori looked back to where the crack had just been, only to see another one forming. This time, she felt a foreign chakra invade her system. A quick pulse of her chakra and the crack was gone like it never existed. So she placed us both in a genjutsu like that just now. Yes, like I just did. She distracted us with the riddle and moving around so we wouldn't notice her placing small amounts of her chakra into our system. Rima is quite the intellectual. Naruto deduced the riddle in only a matter of minutes, showing his vast intelligence. So are you satisfied with them? If not, I can still give you mine. Nori tried to sway her son. But Naruto had gone through years of this with his mother, and built up quite the tolerance. So now when any woman would try and use their good looks, he would stay strong. No thank you mother. Fine. Nori sagged her shoulders and gave up. That's when another puff of smoke, and a bell rang. Hello. And Naruto-sama, I am to be your personal summon. Walking out of the smoke was a small kitten who looked nervous. Staring at him were eyes like her mother, just blue sclera tinged with slight bits of fear. The voice was that of a young girl. Her fur was a smooth solid gray. And nice to meet you. I am Kina. She stopped inches from Naruto and averted her eyes. I'm Naruto. Glad we can work together. Naruto did something that surprised Kina and Nori. He brought the young kitten into his lap, and started to gently pet her, scratching behind her ear. Kina loved it, and snuggled into Naruto's hands, releasing a cute meow, followed by a purr. That is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Nori squealed to herself and took a picture with a camera. She quickly hid the picture before Naruto could see it. This was going in her picture book. Kina then became aware of her actions, and jumped up. And Naruto-sama. I am sorry. She bowed her head and tears came to the corner of her eyes. Naruto gave a soft smile. It's okay, and you can just call me Naruto. Come back, I like the feel of your fur. This will also be a good chance for us to bond. If you say it's okay. It didn't take much to convince Kina as she walked back into Naruto's lap. Okay Naruto, you'd had enough downtime. I need to inform everyone that tomorrow we fight the last battle of the war. Nori entered back into the conversation with a serious expression. Okay. I am ready to win tomorrow. Victory shall finally be achieved. The sky was covered by impending gray clouds, and the air was thick with tension. The ground rumbled as many shinobi walked toward their destination. Leading an army of 8,000 soldiers was Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. Leading only 1,000 forces was Nori. Many of the ninja behind her seemed shaken up, and scared with pale faces. They were not as confident as Yagura's forces, who had a large advantage in numbers. As both sides exited their forest, they could see each other's soldiers from the distance. On opposing sides of the large field, the two leaders glared at each other. They were on a blank field of just grass and mist, with no buildings around. The battle soon to take place would go down in the books as the Battle of Revolution. Naruto looked on, decked in Uchiha armor, and Safuu at the ready. Next to him was Jinkyusu dressed in matching attire like him. To Naruto's left was Mera, also wearing the armor like her two brothers. That's a large force. Jinkyusu said what was on everyone's mind as his hand slightly began to shake. The one to grab his hand and stop him from shaking was Haikawa. Don't piss yourself now. We've got a battle to win. She gave him a grin, her confidence rubbing onto him. You're right, we have to win. Naruto looked behind him to see that many still felt despair, and the crushing weight, that they might all die here. He couldn't have that. They could not go into battle with the thought of already losing. He had to do something, or else they would lose before they even started. He turned and slammed his gunbai into the ground, drawing all their attention. Wipe those looks off your faces. They all looked at Naruto, confused as to what he was talking about, while Nayori's lips began to curve. While it was true she gave a speech last night, and rallied the troops a little, it would not compare to what Naruto was about to do. You all look like we have already lost. We didn't even start yet. Thinking we've lost when we haven't even started yet. It's ridiculous. If you were going to come all the way out here just to drag us down, you shouldn't have come at all. I have no use for a weak shinobi. Someone ready to give up before they even start. Naruto's eyes gazed over everyone, meeting them with unshakable resolve. Victory is dangling right in front of us, and it's for our taking. If you are still feeling doubts, step up, and I will kill you myself. Let your death be an example of the fate that awaits weaklings. They looked, and many felt shaken up. He doesn't seem to be joking either. May worriedly thought. True. He may have motivated some soldiers, but not all of them. The crowd began to stir as Naruto's words sunk in. They felt a heat swelling in their stomachs, and motivation soon took over. We will not fall. We will not fail. We will not break. Let those words rest in your very soul. We have endured long enough. Now is the time to strike back and fight for a better future that we can all be proud of. This is a battle for the future. The shinobi began to feel moved and raised their fist high into the air. They screamed from within their very souls, as their screams together sounded like the roar of a mighty beast, causing the loyalists to stir with trepidation. We will not fall. We will not fail. We will not break, was the chant that the shinobi started to scream. Some had fresh tears rolling down their face, as their hearts had been moved to a new height. How could they be feeling so down? Victory was only hours away. Now I'm feeling motivated, Jinkyusu said. How does he do it? Chihiro asked, wishing he had that unshakable confidence. I can't tell you, kid. He's always been like that. Shisui answered Chihiro's question. Mera was chanting alongside everyone, raising her weapon in the sky. For freedom. Naruto picked up his gunbai. And glory of the mist. This definitely got them motivated as they stomped their foot on the ground, all 1,000 of them. Naruto looked up at the cloudy sky. And may Sen and Sama be with us. Yagura had enough, and tossed his hand out. Forces cheering with their own battle cries. To which, the rebels moved to engage, but only after Nori moved in front of everyone with her mangyeko Sharingan already activated. Pink chakra resembling fire spun to life around her, and she began to rise off the ground. A skeletal figure made from pink rose up high into the sky. It grew so large, in fact, that even the shinobi on the field stopped to stare. Glaring down at everyone with its malevolent eyes was Nayori's perfect Susanoo. Its face was covered by a crown with horns spiking out at the top, leaving only the mouth and jaw revealed. The Susanoo still looked feminine and dangerous, with pink hair cascading down its back, wearing a kimono made from the pink fire raging and crackling. In one of her forehands was a long naginata colored a flaming pink. This was called a menenuhiko, said to have raised the land from the sea by their goddess, Sengan. With a single swipe of the spear, it's said to have carved oceans and rivers across the world. They were true. Nori swiped down a menenuhiko with such force that it dropped many to their knees from the sudden shift in air pressure. The spear's blast erupted as it traveled to the loyalists. With just a swing, the sheer air ran from a menenuhiko in fear of its might. This was not a good thing for Yagura and his army, as they had to suffer the harsh wind, tearing up the ground and destroying everything in front of Nori. An explosion sounded for miles, and smoke occupied the air. Naruto bit his lip. What he saw was destruction. The army that was just in front of them had been chopped down by the thousands. Literal rivers of blood filled the cracks in the earth. He couldn't even speak. Nobody could. If Mother could have done this the whole time, why didn't she? Why didn't she act when Naka was being killed, right in front of them? Why not put a stop to it all? Oh my Singun. Mira's mouth hung open at the aftermath. This is the power of a perfect Susanoo. Seems so. Naruto said and walked forward. The enemy was weak and on their knees. They had just received a crushing loss that would not be easily recovered from. They could not miss this opportunity. Move forward. Naruto roared as he ran to meet the recovering enemy head-on. Everyone followed behind Naruto as they moved to meet the enemy. Nori just took out at least 3,000 of them. We need to take them down now, Mei declared. Quickly, on your feet. The enemy approach. One of the surviving members of Yagura's army said and rallied his comrades. Don't let them pass. The forces clashed and jutsu, ninja tools, and bodies were flung about, as screams echoed, along with the sound of flesh being torn apart. The grass became stained in blood as shinobi on both sides were cut down. Naruto cut down a fair share of shinobi with Safuu. The blood splattered on his face, trying to cover up his ruthless expression from the world. He blocked a sword swing aimed at him. He spun swinging Safuu vertically cutting those around him in half. Stepping blade. Jinkyosu performed one of his kenjutsu techniques and cut down a dozen enemies. We just have to hold out for a couple hours. Jinkyosu thought with comfort as he entered battle again. Mera was beside her brother Shisui as they performed Uchiha-style halo dance. The combined flames from the two elite Uchiha were enough to trample the enemy. Nori looked down at the battle taking place. She floated inside the mouth of the Susanoo and simply observed. An all-out battle was taking place. Was this really the only way things could have been solved? So many things happened that could have been avoided. No. There's no point in thinking about that now. Things have already fallen into chaos, but I shall pick the pieces back up and move them along. After coming to terms with the situation, Nori looked at Yagura, who was gritting his teeth in anger. But as she looked deep, she could feel something lingering deep within. His chakra is all scrambled up. Could it be because of his tailed beast? I don't think so. Kushina's chakra was just fine. This seems more like a genjutsu. Yagura turned and strained his neck to look up at the hulking figure, blocking the rays of the sun trying to peek through the clouds, casting her bright image in murky shadows. Blasted women. I'll put an end to all of this. Uncaring of his allies in close proximity to him, red corrosive chakra flooded the battlefield in an instant. It felt like the gates of hell has just been opened as the dark and twisted chakra of the three tails appeared. The giant imposing figure of the three-tailed turtle stared down at everyone, but not meeting the height of Neri's Susanoo. Yagura opened his mouth, and a ball of condensed water began to form. I've got to get him away from here, or he's going to annihilate us before backup arrives. Nori had to think of something quick, and she did. She stomped on the ground, and a trench rushed towards Yagura, causing him to lose his balance and fall into the wide trench big enough to hold all of the three tails. Nori didn't stop there as she moved forward and moved a menanuhiko in her hand as to get a better grip. She then swung the chakra weapon and picked Yagura up, right off the ground and into the air where he spun like a top until crashing into surrounding mountains. With a leap, Nori and her Susanoo were off. When she landed, it was in front of Yagura, who was recovering. Trying to catch Nori off guard, Yagura lashed out with one of his tails. Nori reacted in time and managed to catch the tail and began to spin in a circle, going faster and faster. When Nori released her grip and let the turtle fly, but she didn't stop there, Nori held out her hand. Shortly afterward, Magatama beads spun on a chain. Yasaka Magatama. The projectiles flew at Yagura at great speeds. But Yagura was not defenseless. When he faced the Uchiha head again, rushing towards the women were many-tailed beast bombs. They impacted with Neri's Susanoo, but she showed no signs of damage, as the bombs were more like rocks being thrown at a mountain. I need to release the genjutsu on him, but he's doing all this moving around. I will need to make physical contact to remove it. Holding him down is the goal. Nori now had a plan and was now working on putting the plan in motion. Come on. Don't give up yet. Naruto carried one of his sisters toward the back and into one of the many craters. You can't die when we are about to win. You need to see the future we're fighting for. Naruto tried to heal her with his knowledge of medical ninjutsu. The wound was deep on her side, and she had already lost a lot of blood. It's too late for me, brother. Why you have to survive? She brought up her shaking, cold pale hand stained in her own blood. It was an honor to die at your side, brother. She said with as much firm confidence as she could muster, hoping to show how much she admired Naruto and all he had done. For being the person that he was, someone she could rely on when times became too much to bear alone. Naruto took the hand and squeezed it tight, as he looked down at the girl with compassion in his eyes. It was my honor to have lived by yours, sister. That sentence seemed to lift her spirits greatly as her eyes lit up. She started to cry tears of joy in her last moments. Her eyes closed and she took her last breath. She died with a smile on her face. Naruto placed his hands over her head, and quickly said a prayer. May Sengen-sama take you. Naruto then stood and climbed out of the now grave. As calm as he portrayed on the outside, he was starting to lose a grip on his temper. But he gained a grip on it once again, and flooded the area with his bloodlust. Not speaking a word, he engaged in battle with more vigor. Rising from his shadow were copies of himself, with the elements of earth, wind, fire, water, and lighting. He's pissed. Mera noted. Her clothes were covered in blood, Tanto still fresh with blood. They had been fighting for hours, and still got no backup. Where the hell were they? But one thing was for sure. I'm also pissed. Running from the tree line was more shinobi. They were on the side of the rebels. All right. We're not too late. One of them cheered. A loud horn then sounded from them. One of them was blowing through a hand-sized horn. A war horn it was called. This was a sign of the battle taking a true shift. This group was also 1,000 large. Rebels began to spill out from the tree lines, as their armies started to surround the loyalists. 2,000 shinobi came to aid. This was the reinforcement they were hoping for. Now, they had Yagura's army surrounded on all fronts, and began to slowly push them in on each other. 3,000 to 5,000. The rebels were still lacking in numbers. However, that would not be a problem anymore. The ground shook violently from the explosion rocking the battlefield. Imperial thunder. Naruto roared, unleashing one of his more powerful jutsu. Helping him in his destruction were the elemental clones unleashing their own jutsu. The clones did not need to use hand signs as they were simply made from the elements. They possessed greater control over the elements. The clone using wind jutsu literally flew around the field, slicing off the heads of enemies with its blade of wind. The clone of water and lighting worked together to send out electrified water at their enemies. The clone from fire burned foes to the ground using fire jutsu, as if it was a simple task like breathing. Push them back. They die here. Naruto lead the charge to finish them off. Die fuckers. Buntan tunneled through them all with her lighting armor. Not stopping there, she unleashed the fifth sword act which none of them could block. XXX. Tailed beast bomb. Extending the palm of the Susanoo, Nori caught the ball and rammed it back into the shell of Yagura, who turtled up. The resounding explosion served to level the field and cover the area in an explosion. And just to be sure, Nori raised up a Menanuhiko and brought it down with all her force, crushing the shell of Yagura's tailed beast transformation. The mountains around them were reduced to nothing from the force at which Nori swung. When it all calmed down, Yagura laid on his back, now back to his normal appearance. His clothes were torn apart and patches of blood stained his skin. A loud ringing echoed in his head, and flashes of memories skittered across his vision. Once again, he felt as if something wasn't right, and that he didn't belong here. That should do the trick. Nori released her hand from Yagura's leg. She had just released him from the genjutsu. The man was too distracted to notice she was approaching. Nori backed up though, as she didn't know what might happen now that Yagura was free. He could at least be free in his last moments. Where? What just happened? Yagura tried to move, but couldn't as he felt the strength leaving his body. He was dying. Are you yourself now? Looking over, Yagura saw a famous kunoichi looking at him. En Uchiha? What are you doing here? That is when everything came crashing back into him like a paper bomb to the face. His face paled and took on a look of shocked horror. I'm a monster. All my actions. I can't believe that was me. How could I have done that? I'm a failure as a cage. Nori watched as the man had a breakdown on the ground. Tears of regret came rolling down his face. So he really was being controlled. But by who? That was the real question. What Uchiha had placed the fourth Mizukage in a genjutsu so powerful for so long? Nori knew it was an Uchiha from the jump, as she could tell it was inflicted by an Uchiha. There was a uniqueness to it that other practitioners of genjutsu did not have. None of this was your fault, you didn't have any control over your actions. Nori tried to calm down the despairing cage. It is? I failed to break from this genjutsu and save my country. All I did was plunge my country into chaos. Yagura balled his fist and held it over his eyes. I said I'd bring change. Save us from the bloody mist. Instead, all I did was make it worse. I had respect, I gave rise to the seas. But that was a different time, when I was still myself. His heart throbbed. My family, my son. I even killed his mother. Nori felt her heart break for the man. He had lost so much. Suffered unimaginable pain. What kind of monster would do this to someone? She began to feel pity for Yagura, as he would die a monster everyone thought him to be. But she had a question to ask him. Do you know who placed you in that genjutsu? It's still kinda fizzy. But it was a man with a mask. It had one eye hole. An Uchiha for a fact. Yagura answered, giving the best answer he could give. Thank you. I will do my best to look for this person who ruined your life. Nori promised to the man and to herself. Yagura gave a weak smile, in the face of death. This was all so crazy to him. He couldn't believe what he had become. His name would forever go down in history, as one of the worst cages to ever live. I was just a puppet, and now my strings have been cut. I am sure the rebels are waiting for my head. Yagura then gave a sad sigh. Who would ever want to be cage? Nori moved closer with one of her swords, and aimed to strike it down. I'll end your suffering. I'll take on the mantle of fifth Mizukage and right your wrongs. I create a new era in history for the mist. Thank you, Nori. I place all my dreams in your hands. He finished with a smile. Yagura closed his eyes for the last time, and accepted the feeling of a sword being plunged, right, into his heart. And with that, the reign of the tyranny of the fourth Mizukage came to an end. XXX. The battle was now in favor of the rebels, and everyone knew it. They were still fighting until Nori came to the battlefield again, and flared her Susanoo to gain everyone's attention. In the open palm of her Susanoo was the dead body of Yagura. I have won. The shinobi who were loyal to Yagura began to drop their weapons, and surrendered. While some didn't like the outcome of things, and leapt to take revenge, but were quickly cut down. But I must reveal some troubling information to you all. The battlefield grew quiet and they all looked on feeling nervous about what Nori might say. Yagura was being controlled by a genjutsu caste B, and Uchiha. The hearts of the Uchiha dropped. Their eyes widened, and they felt their stomachs turn. No way, it was going to be like the Leaf Village all over again. Would everyone think of them as traitors, causing them to have to flee the village again? No way, that was impossible. They literally fought a war for this village, they died. Many of the ninjas from the mist turned to glare at the Uchiha, giving them looks of hatred. This was all their fault in the first place. Someone had to pay. Traitors. Someone shouted and rushed toward the first Uchiha they could see. Stepping in the way, surprisingly, was Esteeth. Stop. She shouted with force. There's no way these Uchiha could have done this. We've been with them this whole time. Why would they even do something like this? They fled the Leaf Village in search of a new home. They found us, and are fighting as we speak for a new future. Do you think they would really throw this all away? Oh yay! How do we know you're not with them, bloodline scum? Tatsubi yelled, spitting blood on Esdeeth's foot from the ground. Her entire body was covered in ice, as she had been trapped by Steve and her little student. Because I believe them. Steve simply answered. Also, making sure to give a hard kick to the talking trash on the ground. I too hated the Uchiha when they first came. I didn't trust any of them. But, as the days passed, I saw the effort they put in, the tears they shed for their comrades. They are no different from us fighting for what they believe in. We are even being led by an Uchiha. What a surprise. Who knew you felt so kindly about us? Higan said, smirking, causing Steve to flush from having admitted that. What Steve says is right. I surrendered my leadership to Nori. I trust her to lead this country to a greater future than I could. And so should you. It was Mei who stepped up and talked. Thank you, everyone. Nori said with a grateful expression. The ninja around lowered their guard, and now held looks of shame. Especially those of the rebels who fought with the Uchiha. Jinkyusu blew a breath. Thought we were going to have to fight our way out. That one. You're telling me, I'm so hungry. Mera said, leaning on the taller boy who supported her weight. Come on, focus. We still might not be done yet. Naruto admonished the T as he was still on guard. Although now he was troubled. What Uchiha left, and placed the fourth Mizukage in a genjutsu. A memory came to mind. When they were fleeing the leaf that night, there was someone else. Another Uchiha who knew about Madara's hideout. It must be that person. This would, however, take some digging. Yes, brother. Jinkyusu said, getting back on guard. Roger, Roger. Mera gave a weak grin. I surrender. A shinobi from the loyalists said. He threw up his hands. So do I. Me too. I give. I didn't want to fight anyways. Weapons began to pile on the ground, as those who quit fell to their knees. Their actions became mimicked as the fighting came to a close. Die, bitch. Steve cut Tatsubi's head clean off and for good measure, shattered the ice holding her body together. Sanagi shuddered his teacher's cruelty. Boy, was she scary. Naruto had some big balls going back and forth with her. Is it over? Chihiro asked hesitantly. He looked around. All their enemies lay dead or surrender. Those who surrender were now getting their chakra sealed off by sealing tags. Yes. We won. The war is over. Everyone soon erupted in cheers as the long war now came to an end. In the loud cheering, Amiri grabbed Shisui by the collar and stole a heated kiss, causing the teen to flush brightly. He soon fainted seconds afterward. Amiri just laughed until she felt eyes on her. Harabel glared down at her. What? Beat you to it. I don't know why you are acting like you was gonna kiss him anyways with your face always covered. Shisui, I didn't know you were involved with Amiri-sen. Tell me when this all started. Izumi shook him ragged. Mera saw this and blushed, looking at Naruto shyly. At the worst time, Naruto turned and gave Mera a smile. She jumped on him in a hug, cheering along. We did it. Yes, we did. Naruto looked around. 2 years he spent fighting this battle. The physical battle and the mental battle. He had won both and came out of this a better man. But now things weren't over. They had to rebuild this country from the ground up and craft a new dynasty. And on his pride, as an Uchiha, he'd make this the strongest hidden village. But for now, they would celebrate the night away. The Battle of Revolution came to an end on December 7th. In the month of miracles. When she woke, it was to a lavishly clean room that didn't hold a speck of dirt. The sheets on her bed were much more than an 8-year-old girl would need, as they were silky black, that looked brand new. She got out the bed and felt the soft red carpet tickle at her feet. Pale feminine hands grabbed at the blue cup on the nightstand. She took a sip of the refreshing cold water. She then ran a hand through her raven black hair, similar to that of Mikoto's, her deceased mother. There was also a picture next to the cup. It was a family portrait. Everyone was in it. Her father, mother, and even her elusive elder brother. A sour feeling built up in her gut. She turned away from the picture and walked to her closet to get ready for the academy today. Tossing off her pajamas for a black high-colored top with the Uchiha symbol on her back. She put on gray shorts and wrapped her legs in white bandages. Finishing her outfit were black open-toed sandals. There was a bookshelf against the wall that was filled with ninja scrolls and books. These were things she took from the compound before it was closed off. It would help improve her training so she could take out her revenge on those bastards. A tanto hung on the wall next to several scrolls unrolled with writings in them. Gifts from the Hokage trying to get on her good side. Many villagers often gave her gifts, discounts on items, or just well wishes. They treated her like royalty in this village, and always tried to butter her up, treating her as if she was still a helpless child. Looking in the mirror was her reflection. Short hair that framed the sides of her face, and spiked softly in the back. She had shimmering black eyes that were always narrowed in glares or deathly scowls. I should hurry up, or I'm going to be late. Satsuki Uchiha, the last remaining Uchiha in the Leaf Village. A girl set on the path of revenge, an avenger who will stop at nothing to achieve her goal. Now she was at the academy, still getting bows and greetings from the civilians of the villagers. It made a small part of her sick. These people once rejoiced at the death of Naka Uchiha. It was one of the reasons she scowled at them. Now that she was the only Uchiha in the village, she was a highly valued individual, to say the least. All Satsuki had to do was ask, and she got whatever she wanted, no matter what it was. Satsuki often used this to her advantage by asking for ninjutsu scrolls, living arrangements or anything else like that. What are you doing here? A loud and obnoxious voice yelled from behind her. Satsuki rolled her eyes in irritation at the voice. Why did I have to run into this idiot? Matter of fact. Don't even tell me. I don't want to hear your dumb voice. It was a boy her age with bright blonde spiky hair. He dressed poorly, a sign of how he lived as his black shirt was covered in stains. The only thing that wasn't dirty was the red spiral on his back. This was Menma Uzumaki, an outcast in the village. No parents, no friends, or anyone to go home to. Just like her. This was something Menma and her could connect on. But instead, it only served to drive a wedge between them. The boy was always picking fights with her. Just like he is now. You think you're so cool, huh? News flash, you're not. Menma stopped and took on a proud stance. Because I am. I'm the super cool ninja that's going to become Hokage. HMPH. Although Satsuki didn't say anything, Menma could decode her sound into what it really meant. Oh. Don't believe me? Just you wait. I'll prove it to everyone how great I am. The world will know my name, and chanted with big smiles. He ran ahead and imagined himself in the Hokage robes and people praising him. Menma. 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 Satsuki left the boy to drown in his own fantasy. As if a loser like that could actually become the Hokage. They had class to attend, so she walked inside, and Menma ran to catch up. Running through the halls and feet slamming against the red carpeted floor, was a young girl of 8 years. Her long wheat blonde hair bounced behind her. It was styled for that of a princess and nobility, while still befitting of a child. Her face was split into a smile, as her legs moved, as fast as they could with her full pink eyes, shifting from side to locate the right door, in the humongous estate. Her eyes shined when she finally saw what she was looking for. Big sliding doors guarded by two samurai guards blocked her path. Young princess. What are you doing running around alone? The man asked, kneeling down. I need to see my mommy. There's something I must show her. She jumped in excitement. The guards looked at each other with silent questions. Before turning back to the girl. High Priestess is communicating with the goddess right now. I don't think now would be a good time to disturb her. That's when the door slid open, and out came the elegant visage of the High Priestess. Lady Miroku wearing a lavish white and red kimono. An eye-catching detail was the golden crown sitting atop long, brown hair complemented by pale skin. Mommy. Miroku caught the girl and spun her around for a bit, giggling along with her daughter. Shin, honey, what happened to you? Why are your clothes all dirty? Shin answered with a beaming smile. I was outside training. Miroku slightly frowned, but quickly wiped it from her face so Shin couldn't see. What kind of training? I didn't tell anyone to train you. Look. Shin held out her palm. A golden light quickly formed in the young girl's hands. A ball of golden light illuminated the long hallway, catching everyone by surprise. CC. It's a light ball. I did good, right? Shin lost focus, and the ball began to evaporate into a wisp of chakra that sunk back into her skin, refreshing the girl. But she looked at her mother with large hopeful eyes, seeking any form of approval she could get. However, Miroku was left speechless at her daughter's chakra. Her powers. They are developing so fast. She won't be able to handle them. It will grow to become a problem that could endanger countless lives. Putting on a fake smile, Miroku hugged her daughter. Good job, I'm very proud of you. Shin squealed as she rested in the embrace of her mother with a delighted smile. The world was at peace. She was at peace. Nothing could ruin this moment for her. It was enough to make her feel relaxed. So relaxed, in fact, Shin closed her eyes and began to snore lightly. Miroku took her daughter in her arms and looked down with sadness. This is not the life I want for you. You can't handle the responsibility. I will allow you to live a normal, peaceful life, no matter what. She walked back into the room and looked back to the guards. Don't tell anyone what you saw here today. Understand? She ordered. Yes. High Priestess. The doors slid close and Miroku moved to Lation in the bed. The mother took a deep breath and calmed herself. What she was about to do might upset the goddess and also curse her to hell. But it was worth it all if it meant Shin could live a good life without problems. I shall protect you, daughter, even if you hate me for it. No matter what, I'll keep you safe. Miroku took a bell from her robe and placed it in a small spherical container. She stuck the bell on Shin's yellow kimono with a smile. This will keep you safe. Even when I can't. Miroku then wove through seals and touched her index finger to the bell. Mystic safety bell, seal. A flash of light and the room was illuminated for only seconds. The sealing was done and Shin would not be able to access that powerful bloodline again. Not unless she gave permission to, which would not be anytime soon. But in the meantime, she could train Shin on how to become a proper lady and wife when the time came. Now what would she do about Morio? The seal she placed on him will weaken over time until it broke and he was free to attempt to destroy the world and create a Senin Okoku, 1,000-year kingdom. There was one person who could stop him though. And he flashed into her mind, causing her to smile. Naruto-kun, you have been chosen by our goddess to become the first Chitos no Shinobu. 1,000-year shinobi. A shinobi destined for greatness and 1,000 trails. Someone marked to change the world, for better or for worse. Miroku turned and left the bedroom so Shin could sleep peacefully. Her hair bristled, showing the Uchiha symbol on the back of her robe. 2 months later, Naruto sat with his eyes closed and legs crossed. He was sitting atop a skyscraper that stood above all the other small stoned buildings. This place was advanced and looked like the hidden rain village, but instead, their facilities had glass and steel, not just metal bolted together and layered with brick. It was a fully built city below him. This was his kamui dimension, a place he could only visit. Something he came to notice was that he could change this place however he wanted. It was not only connected to his eyes, but his chakra and will. So simply putting his will into motion, he could change the place however he wanted. He often visited this place to meditate or clear his thoughts. He did intense training here, where he could truly let loose and practice monstrous jutsu. Now though, it was time to leave. He had been here for just over an hour. Mera would be upset if they couldn't hang out before the ceremony today. Later, they would be witnessing the inauguration of the 5th Mizukage. Nori Uchiha. It always made him smile. His beloved mother would become the best Kage to ever live. Not to mention the first Uchiha Kage. There was also the fact she would be the first female Kage as well, but he didn't really care about that fact. Master, was this session satisfactory for you? That was something that had also changed. His weapon, Safuu. It was speaking to him. During training, it would be faint whispers that he barely picked up on. She would instruct him slightly on things she could do, or different ways to fight with her. So one day he sat down and searched for her presence. It was fleeting, like she was purposely trying to avoid him, which she was for some reason. Safuu had told him that she was not ready to face her great master. Naruto had to assure his weapon that it was okay. It took a lot of convincing, but she soon listened to him and started to regularly speak with him. This leads to the added benefit of improving their power and connection to one another. Naruto had to wonder though, how was she able to speak with him? So he asked. Safuu had said it was because she was part of an already sentient life form. Also, Naruto had used his own blood and chakra in the process of creating her. In doing so, Naruto unknowingly created a completely different version of herself. A superior version that was proven time after time. Safuu could negate chakra, absorb it, and even contain chakra. Mera was pretty jealous that Naruto had created his own weapon that surpassed her own. It was good enough to clarify as a weapon on par with the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen. No, I could have done more. But Mera-chan would be displeased if I kept her waiting any longer. Naruto opened a swirling portal to the real world using kamui. I suppose Mera is very clingy. Says the one who doesn't like for me to use other weapons, or when left without me for too long. In an instant, his treasured Sith released a white little light. Sprouting from the weapon was a small figure, resembling a fairy. They had long black hair that was longer than their small body. Her eyes were normally a placid candy red, which she developed to be like Naruto. But as of now, she was glaring at him with a flush on her pale cheeks, and her eyes seeming to glow a fierce red. She was dressed lavishly, covered in a white fluttering robe. This was Safuu's fairy form, only visible to him or anyone she allowed to see her. Master. She brought her hand back and slammed it on his cheek. It was like being hit by a raindrop. It did nothing but serve to make Naruto smile amusedly at her. Naruto brought his finger up and rubbed at her face. I only jest. HMPH, sometimes you can be very cruel. I'll make it up to you later. Naruto began to walk through the spinning vortex. Once Naruto exited, he was in his room. Inside his room, it was nice and kept very clean. There was his bed in the middle of the wall with black bed sheets and blankets. Next to this was a small gray nightstand holding a small fan that blew cool air throughout his room. He had a small circle-shaped kotatsu surrounded by dark purple sofa cushions, matching the blanket underneath the kotatsu. His room was large and cozy. Often spending time in his room was Mera and Komaki, his little ninja cat. His door was opened seconds later, which showed Mera quickly coming to him. Come on. All the others are waiting for us, Naruto-kun. Mera grabbed him by the hand and began to pull him through the halls of their house. Naruto, Nori, Mera, and Shisui all stayed in the same house now. The bond between these four was close. Mera already saw Nori as her mother, and Shisui didn't mind either being treated as Nari's child. It was nice. He and Mera's parents died early and could barely remember them, while Mera couldn't even remember their faces. She doted over 3 of them like a mother would. So Naruto just followed along as Mera pulled him. They were holding hands, and Naruto wasn't resisting. Perhaps it was time he followed through on his promise. Man, we're gonna have so much fun. Who's all going to be there? There's Buntan-chan, Sanagi, Brother Jin, Sister Haikawa, Chiyuro, along with other kids. It's a park after all. I suppose you're right. Kickball again? Mera gave him a big grin as her answer. Team up with me? Do you even need to ask? I'll take Chiyuro. Why am I always the last pick? The blue-haired boy walked over to get behind Sanagi and his team, mumbling under his breath. Because you got chicken legs. Buntan yelled at him, aggravated they got this guy of all people. Don't worry, dude. I heard when a girl is mean to you, she just likes you. Sanagi patted Chiyuro on the shoulder. He received a fist to the gut for that by Buntan. I wish I didn't pick you. He got out with sharp intakes of air. We kick first since you picked first, Naruto said and took the red bounce ball. On his team was Mera, Jinkyusu and other kids. They all wore relaxed streetwear. Clothes they could get dirty without a care in the world. That's fine, we are still going to win. Everyone took their spots on the large field. So Nagai was in the center, and rolled the ball at Naruto, who was ready. He's not hitting this one, I'll cover it in ice, and make it too heavy to move. Sanagi gave a menacing chuckle. He was tired of losing to Naruto at this game. It was time they won for once. The ball came to Naruto and as soon as his foot hit it, he felt the difference. He then showed a smirk afterward before kicking the ball off into the distance with a boom. What? How did he do it? Tsunade looked closer at the ball to see it was on fire. He wanted to shout, but if he did that, Naruto could also expose him. So he just grit his teeth. Home run. Naruto did an obviously slow run around the three bases. Way to go, brother. Jinkyu cheered from the sideline. Why didn't you catch that one? Naruto sent a wink to Benten as he passed her. Why don't you catch these hands, huh? Naruto just laughed as he made it to home base. Their morning went like this as the kids just enjoyed being kids. They were not fighting and worried about seeing tomorrow. So, they could just enjoy today. They played dodgeball afterward, which turned into chakra-enhanced balls, being flung at each other. A fierce game of freeze tag where Tsunade actually froze those he touched. Hide and seek, which lasted a long time with Buntan winning that one. Now they had one of those big colored blankets and were spinning it in a fast circle. They tossed it in the air and rushed underneath it, laughing and giggling. Making a brave move, Haikawa turned to kiss Jinkyu, causing everyone to gape at the two flustered kids. Ooh. What's going on under here? The blanket was yanked up to reveal a smirking Yuri. Nothing, they all said together before quickly running off. I just missed something big. Damn it. The redhead cursed under her breath. Naruto came to a stop as Mera was still laughing. Naruto looked at her saying nothing, just smiling as the sound of her laughter served to lighten his heart. She was just so beautiful. To others, Mera was a rough tomboy with her messy black hair and outgoing attitude. But to Naruto, he loved it. He loved her. Naruto was now sure of himself. He loved Mera, Uchiha. So now he'd tell her how he felt. Mera. Calming down from her laughter, Mera answered. Yes. Naruto-kun. I love you. She froze and her brows became wide. Her mind spaced out in that moment, and all she could think about was Naruto and his words. Naru, you better not be joking with me. She narrowed her eyes just in case he thought this would be funny. Naruto looked away, losing his courage for a second. No, I'm not. Naruto found his balls again and walked closer to Mera. I'm in love with you, Mera. I want you to know that. Our promise we made, I am ready to uphold it. Mera was still silent, and she only looked at him wide-eyed. Before it vanished and she smiled and hugged Naruto, ducking her head into his chest. I love you too. She was so happy. It was all serene right now. This was really happening. Naruto, her best friend, had finally confessed to her. She had to tell Nori, Buntan, and her brother. I want to know if maybe you'd want to start dating? Boy, did he feel awkward right now. This was the most nerve-wracking thing he had ever done in his life. Yes, I'd be happy to. Mera looked up with a megawatt smile. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for keeping your promise. Naruto hugged the girl back, smiling as she had said yes. He was truly happy, overjoyed even. This was a moment he'd never forget, and would always remember. Mera just rested in Naruto's embrace, while smiling, feeling it impossible to leave his arms. But she recalled something from the princess books she read. The prince was supposed to give the princess a kiss of love. Naru, you have to kiss the princess. Huh? Mera puckered her lips and got on her tippy toes. Now Naruto faced a problem. Should he just go along with it? Or stop Mera and make her wait? But what would they be waiting for? Only 2 months ago they were fighting in a war. They could be thrust into life or death situations at any moment. So, Naruto just decided to go along with it. He brought his head down and their lips met in a quick kiss that was over just as it started. Mera looked at Naruto surprised. Her mind was left in shambles, as Naruto just surprised her beyond belief with his actions. Was this really the same kid she had grown up with? What's with that look? Did you not like it? Naruto asked, feeling nervous and sensing self-doubt creeping in. Why, you just caught me by surprise. How? I wasn't expecting you to do that. You normally just brush those things aside. She smiled at Naruto once again as the truest feeling of love shone in her eyes. It's how I know your feelings are real. You are going out of your way for my sake. You've changed. Mera came in and gave her new boyfriend a loving hug. Have I changed that much? After they separated from the hug, Mera smiled and gave Naruto a happy nod. Yes. It's amazing what a war it is for character. You've also changed as well. You've grown strong and confident. Your achievements will be looked back upon for generations. Mera giggled at the praise with a smile. Praise me more. Naruto rolled his eyes and turned to walk back into the village. He held out his hand for Mera, who happily took it and even locked their arms. What do you want to do, Mera-chan? We have to go home. Lady Nori is going to become the Mizukage today. She looked like she was freaking out at home. Yay. She was pretty jumpy. Ah. Son. Nori hugged Naruto fiercely. Mother, what's the matter? It's almost time and I'm so nervous. She whined like a baby and held on to Naruto. Naruto's face became blank as a stone as his mom cried, like a baby. Can you stop? Nori sniffled and seemed to calm down. You are overreacting. No. This is huge. Don't you understand the responsibility of being a Kage? She's right, this is way different from being the leader of the rebel army. Mera tried to convey how big this was. Mother. Naruto grabbed her by the shoulders. They selected you as the leader of the rebels for a reason. You've fought into wars and won both. You are the leader of the Uchiha clan, possessor of a mangyeko Sharingan, the strongest shinobi in the world, and the wife of Naka Uchiha. You being Mizukage is just another achievement on your long record already. This role could go to nobody except you. Done explaining, Naruto smiled at his mother with pride. Yay. Naruto-kun is right. You're awesome, beautiful, and strong. Nori smiled at the two kids doing everything to cheer her up. It meant the world to her. She truly had the best kids. So she brought the two into a motherly hug. Thank you, I love the both of you so much. We love you too. After the moment, Nori stood back up and smiled. Now let's get ready for the ceremony. It's going to be a good day. It's already been a great day. Naruto-kun asked me out. Mera jumped onto Nori. Oh my sengen. It's about time. Nori and Mera spun around with big smiles. While Naruto questioned if telling his mother was a good idea. I've got to tell the girls and everyone. Let's just get ready. Naruto walked down the hall to his room while Mera and his mom floated in their own girl gossip. Everyone gathered under the blue stone tower of the Mizukage. The big blue kanji for water was imprinted on the face of the tower. All the shinobi and civilians alike stood under the tower waiting for the new Mizukage. Naruto stood next to Mera and Shisui. Amiri stood next to Shisui, standing close enough to where their shoulders touched. On Naruto's left were Jinkyusu and Hayakawa, while the members of the Uchiha clan stood behind them. To think, all of this happened because we left the village. Jinkyusu looked up with his arms crossed and a small smile on his pale-skinned face. Tell me about it. Kinda scary to think what might have become of us that night. Hayakawa spoke, placing a hand on her heart. Call it a divine intervention from our Messiah. Higan ruffled his daughter's hair with a grin. Now we're prospering in another village. Our bloodline will soar like never before. Korrigan, the husband of Higan, grinned up at the tower. Indeed, the strength of the Uchiha knows no bounds. Naruto muttered with a grin. Mixed inside the crowd, a certain group glared at Naruto. Kids about his age. In their eyes was a clear anger that did not seem to diminish. Of course, things had moved along, and people had to adapt. That hatred, however, would not be going anywhere. Not until things started to clear up, and progress was made evident. That's him. The epitome of strength. The nickname given to Naruto was said with clear sarcasm and venom. This was the tallest boy speaking. He was wearing a black tank top with fishnet wrappings on his wrist. His pants were baggy Hakama-style pants, held up by gray ribbons. To finish this, he wore open-styled slippers like the Warring State era. His eyes were a light brown, while his hair took on the color of tan-like brown. Standing out though, was the scar from the top of his head running over his cheek down his jaw. He reached his light-colored hand up and rubbed the scar given to him by Naruto. Bastard. He killed Kagura. He'll die soon enough. And his little hussy too. Scarlet knife. His thoughts trailed off darkly, taking in the two young Uchihas' backs. This was Iwagita, who was a powerful young shinobi fighting to purge his country. Matching his thoughts was his comrade, Kokura Himali. Her hair was a messy bush of orange hair tied into a wild ponytail. Kokura's eyes were a pupil-less sky blue. Her outfit was revealing for an 8-year-old, as she wore a red and black crop top designed for combat, covering her fishnet top. She wore a mini skirt the same color as her top, which had a split on the side, and long black high calf sandals that had shin guards strapped to them. The last person dressed more old-fashioned. He dressed like the old Warring States period, with a similar dress to the Uchiha. They had the armor plating over the black bodysuit. Their armor was dark gray and patterned in camouflage. He looked at the Uchiha boy with great respect and adoration. His eyes were a low yellow gleaming beneath spiky locks of black. I can understand the others' anger, but they've got to get over it. It was kill or be killed. We've only made our country weaker with this pointless war. If Naruto doesn't kill them, I'll beat it into their skulls. Instead of giving into hatred and swearing revenge on the bloodline users, Osasho was smarter than that. From the very beginning, he could sense something was off about this whole thing. So Osasho wanted to uncover the truth behind the whole war, which is why he and Kagura were the closest. With this bond, Kagura had informed him that his death would be at the hands of Naruto, no one else's. He was ashamed to say it, but he had cried that day. Then once the battle came, he and some others witnessed the battle where Naruto gained his title. Osasho didn't cry or scream for revenge. He smiled. His friend had died for his goal. So Osasho too would die for his goal, whenever he discovered what it was. So yes, Osasho held a dislike for Naruto, as he killed his closest friend. But I, too, have killed his friends. Hundreds of them. So is it right for us to seek revenge, when we started this war? When we marched in and killed those families for no reason? The shinobi system of this village is in turmoil. With this new age, I have no doubt everything will change. I'll assist in any way I can to see a new future for my home. Osasho finished his thoughts with a small smile on his placid expression. Naruto felt eyes of hate on him. So he slowly turned his head in the direction of the killing intent being aimed at him, and glared deathly at them. His eyes were so empty, and sent alarm bells in their head. As expected, not everyone is pleased. No matter, they will grow to accept it. The group backed away and flinched in fear, as the oppressive aura of Naruto seemed to crush them where they stood. However, now it was time. Nori walked closer to the edge alone at the top. She took a breath and walked. The blue Mizukage hat was in her hand waiting to sit atop her crown. I am Nori Uchiha, and from this day forth, the village hidden in the mist will prosper like never before. Once her practiced speech was over, she received cheers from the rebels and civilians glad to be done fighting. Soon, most of the crowd kicked in, and soon enough the whole village was shaken by the roars of the crowd. In a rather large ballroom that was decorated for a celebration, was filled with flashing lights and loud music. The room was packed to the brim as everyone was dressed to impress someone. I can't even hear my own thoughts. So Nagai yelled as he took another shot of his juice and pretended it was real liquor. I can't move. Help me? Chihiro was bounced around in the crowd as his formal attire was being damaged. Find you a nice girl while you're at it. Sandai was about to take another shot when his glass was yanked from his hand. Hey! Give. He stopped in place when the goddess-like figure of his sensei was standing in front of him. That's more than enough for you. Teeth was dressed in a form-fitting dress, hugging her body and showing a view of her blessed chest. My god, sensei, you're hot. Songai was left stunned. Despite Teeth being from the Yuki clan and not subject to abnormally high body temperature, she was deemed hot. The boy blushed as he tried to avert his eyes. Say, Sensei W, would you care to dance? Sanagi found his heart beating and was driving on pure instinct as he was attracted to the way Teeth looked right now. Teeth opened her mouth to deny his request. But Tsunade had dressed nicely for this party, and looked cute, in his white kimono. Perhaps she would reward the boy with her presence. He had won a war and performed well during the battles, so why not? Fine, but only this once. Got it. Shit. I didn't think she would say yes. Okay. Time to be a player, and not a loser. Tsunade put on a saucy smirk that earned him a raised eyebrow from his clan leader. Well, shall we? He reached out his hand and pulled Esteeth along. Sitting in a chair by himself was Naruto, who just looked at everyone dancing, with a placid expression. His goal in this ballroom was to keep the men trying to dance with his mother away. A blast of his killer intent, and they scattered away. His mother would toss him a weak smile, before going back to talking with her friends. Come on, Naruto. Dance with me. Mera danced to him with a big smile. No thank you, I'm not a party person. You can still dance with me. Mera edged on. She then threw an imaginary fishing line, and started to pull. Come on. Naruto sighed. I'd rather not. Mera then gave a pout. Before she walked closer and forcefully pulled Naruto out of his seat, and dragged him to the dance floor. Once she was there, she began to dance around him, and sometimes bumped his hip with her own. Just dance. It's fun. How long have we been here? I can't remember. I just really love this song. What's it called? I don't know. Just spin that record, DJ. By the smile on her face, Mera was having a great time. Everyone was when he looked around. In this small moment, everyone set aside their differences, and just started enjoying each other's company. It was a time when they all understood each other for the first time in years. Over these 2 months, he had really started to live again. He was still training and gaining great results. But his days were not spent training and killing all day anymore. He could have fun, real fun, with his friends. So, it was for that reason, Naruto used his Sharingan and followed Mera's moves, causing the girl to give him a big smile. There you go. Just dance. The two danced together, smiling all the way, as others got in on the floor, and started going wild, for lack of better words. Look, Naruto's dancing. Korrigan whispered to Nori, giggling. Nori looked and her eyes grew wide. Her son was partaking in social activity. Quickly she grabbed a camera and snapped a picture of this moment. He's going to be upset if he finds out. May also laughed into her cup of liquor. Say, May, why don't you go find a nice man to dance with? Perhaps since they are intoxicated they won't run away. Amiri teased with a wide grin before she started laughing out loud. Mai's glass shattered, and she released a deathly aura. She turned to stare at Amiri, and stumbled away laughing. I'll melt her tits off. See how that Uchiha likes her then. Speaking of Shisui, he seems to be scoring big. Korrigan tossed a smirk in her clansman's direction. Shisui was holding one Haribel Hoshikage by the waist from behind as she brushed herself against him. They didn't seem to be drunk from the smiles on their faces. It was the first and only time Haribel revealed her face to the public. The woman was indeed pulling out all the stops to win the Uchiha over. Amiri took notice, and stomped over, angrily, and said a couple of words. Hey, shark stick flipper. What do you think you're doing? Huh? Dancing, of course. The opposed shark flipper responded. With my man. I don't think so. Your man. Last time I checked, you two weren't a thing. So, we were making our way towards that point. The redhead then turned her rage towards the Uchiha. And why did you go along with this? You know we were talking about this? Shisui knew this was coming, and didn't flinch, when she glared at him. As you said, there was never anything official between us. We talked, yes, but never about getting with one another for a loyal relationship. And that doesn't mean you can just. Instead of finishing her sentence, Amiri found her cheeks grabbed in the calloused hands of Shisui. There was something primal and hungry in his eyes that made a pleasurable shiver run up her spine. Enough, I know what you want. I'll happily give it to the both of you. Shisui then went in and hungrily kissed Amiri and tamed Ringo. Haribel looked mortified and almost walked away, until she was pulled back into the same hungry kiss. Come, I am tired of cat and mouse between us. A blush soon found its way onto both girls' cheeks. This new side of Shisui was new, and very much enjoyable. Perhaps it was the drinks in his system. That was not the case, as the Uchiha was very much traditional, but not to the degree of the Hyuga. The men of the Uchiha were bold about their desire for the women they wanted. Shisui was proving that now. He had been holding himself back on the tip as he wanted to see if this is what they really wanted. So he took the time to know them well enough. He knew them well enough, and it was time to really know them. I'm not sure about this whole sharing thing. Harabelle protested first. Yes, Amiri was nice, but sharing the boy she liked was a little much. I'll change your mind. Shishui's hands wandered along her body until they rested on her firm bottom. We can talk about this later. For now, let's express how we feel in a different way, his husky voice whispered into her ear. Shit. I'm game. Sharky isn't all bad. Amiri jumped on Shisui's back. It also helps that you are sexy as fuck. Damn girl. With that, Shisui brought the three to his room in Mayuri's house, and they began to express their feelings. Way to go, boy. Higan raised his glass to the Uchiha. Along with other males. They all cheered for the teen. Everyone enjoyed the party as it carried on late into the night, until there was an after party. In a land that rested above the clouds, above the earth, and along a bridge that seemed endless as it dipped in and out of the clouds. This was no longer Earth. Floating in the rich blue sky was a massive rock of land, with a huge Japanese-styled temple resting on the floating land mass. It was red and decorated for that of a god. Inside this malevolent temple were a few well-known figures. They sat inside comfortably on floor mats and drank steaming tea. Sipping from her tea was Sengen, Uchiha, the progenitor of Uchihas around the realm. She looked as youthful as ever due to her immortality, and being a god. Her hair was rich and smooth, a liquid black almost. However, the woman in front of her, their hair was on fire. It was like night flames flowed down her back, even reaching the floor, but not burning away at the soft carpet. Contrasting this was creamy pale skin being hugged by a white and golden kimono. Her eyes were currently closed as she seemed to be in deep comfortable silence. She turned her head, causing the small golden bars on her ears to jingle slightly. It's such a nice day outside. The polished voice of a god escaped her red-painted lips. I shall bask in my sun today. Perhaps even get a tan. Not a bad idea. Maybe I'll go for a swim. Sengun answered, also looking at the wide ocean below. The woman in front of Sengun turned and gave her a soft smile through gentle black eyes. Although she was smiling at her, Sengun knew the god was anything but pleased with her at the moment. Before we go off and enjoy our eternal lives, let's talk about why I asked you to see me today. Yes, Amaterasu-sama. Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and queen of the universe. She was one of the first kamis to exist along with her sister, Tsukuyoni, and Sasano. She was the strongest and ruled since the founding of Takamagahara, where they currently resided in. Starting off, I am glad the clan you founded all those years ago is doing well. They finally won that war. Looks like that curse is clearing up as well. That little messiah of theirs seems to have saved them. Hearing Naruto be praised by the god of gods caused a smile to cross her delicate face. But calling Naruto a messiah was not an accident. Only those granted the title of messiah from Amaterasu herself could have that. And what she did falls under that category in a way. Granting Naruto the title he has. 1,000-year shinobi was going against Amaterasu herself. The Uchihas were not meant to survive. Naruto directly changed the course of the universe with his actions. He along with the rest of them was destined to die out, and just leave only Satsuki alive. Amaterasu was unsure of something though. Why and how did Naruto save everyone? She saw that they fled and he led them to water country. But was it Sharingan who gifted Naruto with his title that caused this? Or Naruto himself? So that is why the goddess rested in front of her now. Why did you go against my will? Amaterasu gently asked her first question. It was out of love for my followers. I couldn't bear to watch them be slaughtered. Those innocent children and babies, it was too cruel. Sengun poured her heart into the response she gave, hiding no truth as the goddess in front of her looked directly into her heart. I feel their love and passion for each other. I had to watch as it was slowly turning to hate and being corrupted. Amaterasu gave a smile. That's a good answer. It's clear to everyone that you hold the greatest love for your subjects. Even more than myself. It was then Amaterasu's eyes shifted from kind to unsettling. They were still ordered to die. By me, your goddess. I understand, but I would be considered a failure if I allowed my children to all be slain. I wouldn't see you that way, nobody would. You'd just be following orders. But I would. The answer actually shocked Amaterasu as she was not expecting this answer. How would I be able to look at myself if my beloved children died while I did nothing? Dojin put up no complaint when his clan, the Senju, died out. He had chosen one of his own. And that man went on to be hailed as a god in the shinobi world. Amaterasu countered, bringing up the woman's rival. We are not the same, was the short reply Sengun gave, almost glaring at her goddess. True. Amaterasu nodded and closed her eyes. She does not seem to regret her actions at all. She's answered with nothing but the truth. And seems to be willing to fight me on this. It almost made her chuckle. When was the last time she raised one of her 3 regalia? Okay. I guess I am satisfied with my first question. Amaterasu said. Now for the second. When did you mark Naruto as the Cheetos no Shinobu? I did it once he activated his Sharingan. And in doing this, did you also cause him to save his clan? No. He performed that act all on his own. I simply gave him the power I saw best to aid him in his future goals. Sengun gained a smile again. Just speaking of him caused her heart to flutter, and joy to spring in her heart. Wipe that smile off your face. Amaterasu interrupted her joy with a decaying expression not matching her peerless face. You doing what you did caused a shift in the world. Do you know how the Uchiha see Naruto? At this, Sengun began to sweat and shudder, from the look she received. A messiah. It was just a title, but that title could drop many people from just the weight. Yet, Naruto walked in strides as if it weighed nothing. Just because someone carried something so well, didn't mean it was light, or easy. In case you forgot, a messiah can be worshipped as if they were deities themselves. Which runs the risk of becoming deities themselves. Becoming one of us? Amaterasu's voice took on a cold edge. Do you remember what happened to Hashirama Senju? He was worshipped around the world as a god. So, he had to face the trial of one. That day, when lightning struck down Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. He had failed his test, and died a mortal man. Please, no. Don't subject him to that. Sengun stood in frantic worry as she pleaded with Amaterasu. Silence. Amaterasu's voice came out small, but the word was heavy as Sengun was pushed to the ground by Amaterasu's powerful chakra. Naruto will face heavenly tribulation to see if he is worthy to live. And even if by some divine sense he does pass, I will not allow him to ascend into godhood. I allowed one person to do it, and now there is a whole race of ignoramus mortals attempting the same. But you can't. Nobody has ever survived that trail. Sengun opposed the order. So the goddess wills it. Amaterasu muttered a common saying to herself. It has already been set into motion. Try as you might, Naruto will face this trail one way or another. Sengun slumped her shoulders, and her head dropped. There was truly nothing she could do. She could feel it. This was her punishment. Her child would be punished instead of her. A fate worse than death for any mother. Perhaps, Naruto would somehow defy this order. Just like the last one. But how would he? He was literally going up against the most powerful being. Going to fail. It's Naruto Uchiha. I shall watch them both, to ensure nothing gets in the way. No matter what you do, Sengun, it is inevitable. If the goddess wills it. Normally the phrase would be said with joyful smiles. But now the words were said with a crippling weight of depression. And my last question for you. Amaterasu took a sip from her still hot tea and smiled at the taste. Why did you summon Naruto's soul to this plane? I wanted to meet my chosen. Amaterasu gave a sad sigh. I see. You broke the rules for love again. I am aware of what calling him here meant. Yes, he is mortal and shouldn't be able to travel here on his own. But, Amaterasu sang as if she was happy. He possesses kamui, an ability that can rip open time and space and traverse across the dimensions, if the user so please. The only limitation being they must have traveled to the place they wanted to go. The problem was obvious. What if Naruto is able to travel in and out of Takamagahara, as if he were a god himself? It was a blatant mockery of the actual kami's. There are sacred treasures here that could plunder the world into chaos, if not outright destroy it. Let alone Naruto stealing knowledge on the gods. It isn't likely. So I'm not too worried about it. As a matter of fact, I won't even entertain the thought. Amaterasu gave an angelic giggle that was soothing to the ears. She seems to have forgotten what a man will do for those he holds precious. Without knowing it, Naruto-kun already went against you. It would be a mistake to underestimate Naruto-kun again. Sengun had to hold her head down and hide her face behind her hair and conceal her smirk. She even had to suppress her feelings so as not to alert Amaterasu to her excitement at the moment. That is all, Sengun. You can leave. Go and enjoy your swim. Amaterasu stood and dropped her kimono, revealing her nude form. Before, with a snap of her fingers, she was in a cute swimsuit. I'll go and tan up. Got to get my summer body ready. As if she needed such things. The woman was already the most beautiful woman in all of existence. Wearing that swimsuit was simply mocking other women for how perfect she was. Not a curve in the wrong place, or muscle too big. Her stomach was flat, and her ass fat. Childbirthing hips that would make a man sin. Amaterasu's figure was a divine treasure. By your leave, goddess. Sengun left in a vortex of divine flames. Now Amaterasu was alone in the room. And she looked out over her kingdom, soaking in the knowledge she had just received. Naruto Uchiha. That name was already so powerful. At just 8 years old, he was classified as a messiah, and his clanmates secretly worshipped him, while those he saved quickly followed around. The people were drawn in by him like he was a vortex, picking up people as he went by and following him on his path. Perhaps he really was a messiah. No, she did not give him that title. In her eyes, Naruto was still a boy walking a path he couldn't see, even no longer obscured by darkness or fog. This path was a shadow path he would be forced to walk. No matter how hard he tried to get away from it, that shadow would always follow him. 1,000 trails, huh? What's just one more? A knocking echoed from the door. Nori looked up from her work, thankful for the intrusion. Come on inside. The door opened and in stepped a grown man, who looked to be 20 years old. Their frame was tall and lean with enough muscle to not look completely skinny. He had a sharp jawline and smooth cheekbones. Their hair was a pale pink with combed back hair. He was wearing the Jounin Mist uniform with a slick gray vest over long, white sleeves. He also had his mist plastered on the front and back of his vest. He also had on white bottoms with black leg warmers on his white sandals. He looked at the working cage with curious light blue eyes. What is it you ask of me, Mizukage-sama? Nori dropped her pin and gave that motherly smile SHW was being known for. I want you to come with me to Daimyo's castle, along with Mei Terumi, as we try and gain his aid. The man was stunned. Were they not just fighting only 2 months ago? Yes, things had calmed down, but surely she wasn't so comfortable already. Why are you asking me? I figured you'd ask Mei for something like this. But you weren't a rebel. Yes. And that is exactly why you are coming with me. I am not so naive as to open my arms and welcome you, all with a hug. Nori shuffled through some papers on her wooden desk. Hasato Gamori, if I were to bring 2 rebels with me, it would look as if I am playing favorites already. Once she pulled out the paper she was looking for, Nori was able to see an information sheet about the man. Hasato nodded as that did make sense. You are correct, we would begin to hold doubt and suspect you would become a tyrant. This is why I am outside so much, to understand the people more and paint a different image. I know it will take a long time, but I hope I can gain your support. The beautiful Mizukage spoke, gaining respect from Hasato. But it also gets me behind on all this paperwork. Nori slumped her head onto the desk and cried. A little secret, the people you saw 2 days ago have already warmed up to you. It is mainly the shinobi you must turn to your side. For that comment, Hasato got a smile. That makes me happy. It is my goal to make this village a better place. These people have suffered for far too long. Bloody Mist will no longer be the title this place holds any longer. Now she had a confident and determined glint in her eye. I look forward to it. A knock came from the door and so did long auburn hair. You are already doing a great job, Mizuki-sama. The voluptuous woman teased. Mei-chan. Nori exclaimed happily. Meet Hasato, your teammate for this mission. He is perhaps the strongest jounin in the village, possessing an A rank in the bingo book. Mei gave a slightly forced smile, as she extended her hand. I am well informed on Hasato. He was quite the troublesome shinobi to put down. The same could be said about you, Mei. You caused plenty of havoc. The bright-eyed man tossed a smirk toward Mei. Mei for her part remained calm, as they kept shaking hands. Are you sure there wasn't anyone more fit to take his spot, Mizuki-sama? Yes. I would like someone who could actually hit people with their jutsu, and also cast faster jutsu. Mei is a little lacking on that end. All of a sudden, Mei's grip tightened on Hasato's hand, and her smile became malicious. While you're at it, let's get someone who knows at least 2 elements. Perhaps maybe a better medical ninja, and not this subpar shinobi. Before they could insult each other any further, Nori slightly released some of her chakra onto them, as they began to flood the room with their own chakra. In an instant, Nori was able to dwarf the other 2 high-level shinobi. Okay, enough you two. This is what I want to avoid. I know it won't be instant. I still expect you to act like comrades, and not enemies. Nori sternly ordered the 2 shinobi in front of her. She knew things like this would happen, and there was just no avoiding that. Sorry, Mizuki-sama. They bowed at the waist while apologizing. Nori then smiled shortly after causing the 2 to feel relieved her oppressive chakra was gone. Great, now let's get going. We have to hurry as I don't want to be away from the village for too long. Nori stood from her seat and grabbed the 2 thin-bladed swords next to her chair. ANBU. 4 figures appeared from thin air like phantoms. I want you to patrol the outsides of the village, and lead anyone away from the village. Make sure you aren't spotted in doing so. I want the village to grow in silence. Understood, ma'am. The captain of the division said. This was a special person in the ANBU. Regarded as the strongest ninja in the village underneath the Mizukage. They often caused mass damage on the battlefield which led to many losses when fighting them. And you, Tiamat. This was the name of the Anbu commander. Their mask was white with the village crest in the center of the mask with blue straight lines coming from the sides of their mask. Instead of big eye holes, the Mist Anbu had small cuts for eyes. She had long blue hair the color of a deep ocean blue. The Anbu uniform they wore was fit for a woman, as it was more snug. Her outfit was a dark black hoodie and slim pants with a kunai pouch on their back right above their waist. A long odaki bigger than a person lay next to them, as it was too long to stick to her back when kneeling. Yes, Mizuki-sama. It shall be done. Her voice was feminine but empty almost, as it gave away no emotion. Now, let's get going. On a boat in the ocean was a team of Naruto, Shisui, Jinkyusu, and Mera. This was going to be their team formation when they got enrolled into the ninja system. Sadly, they still had to attend the academy. Nori had explained in a way that didn't seem that bad. She said they can treat it as a way to still be kids, attend school, hang out, and grow as a unit with the other kids. So before she left, Nori let them go on this mission to check out rumors surrounding a strange island. So, is there anything you can give us about this island we're heading to? Shisui asked the captain, a middle-aged man in a fisherman's uniform. I'll tell you what. The man turned to give a grin showing his withering teeth. That damn island then sank more ships than a goddamn bomb. They are large animals jumping out the water with big creatures flying in the sky. I swear I saw a snake bigger than the damn island. Though I could have been drunk that day. Ha ha ha. Mera laughed as she leaned over the railing. A snake bigger than an island. Possible, the snake Sannin can summon large battle snakes, as well. Naruto brought up the Ronin. I have a question, Captain. Jinkyusu asked from his seat. Gone on girl boy. Jinkyusu showed no reaction to the comment, although it did irritate him. Do these animals leave the island? How far out have they gone? The captain rubbed his chin and scrunched his face up in thought. Not far. They can't get away from the island. They look to be hitting a wall which keeps them inside. And you say this is in the KSOQC? Shishui confirmed. Yup. Right by all them damn whirlpools. Shishui pulled out a map from his pouch on the back of his light gray pants. You three come here for a second. And so they gathered around Shisui and looked at the map. The island we are going to is close to Whirlpool. Oh. That's where the Uzumaki are from. Mera knew about this since Shisui had taught her about history. So she was a little excited as it slipped through her voice. Perhaps they could go to the village. And maybe gain something from the ruins. Right? So we should be careful of the strong waves located in this area. Shisui said. Who are the Uzumaki? Jinkyusu was left for a loop as the others seemed to know about this clan. It was a clan of great power, famous for its seals, kenjutsu, wind-style users, and sealing chains among the women. Naruto pitched in for his brother. They must be dead now. There was pity in Jinkyusu's words for the clan. They could have ended up just like this Uzumaki clan, if things had played out differently. Yay! During the Second Shinobi War, they had been attacked by hidden stone, lighting, and even the mist. Woa! Mera, like the other two kids, became shocked. Our village took part in that. But why? Shishui shrugged his shoulders. It was a different time, with a different Mizukage. I just know that the village was deemed too powerful to be left alive, and was killed off. HMPH, that seems like a common trait held by those in power. When scared of something they don't know, killing it off is the only thing they know how to do. Naruto crossed his arms and held a frown. You're not lying. Was the add-on he got from Mera. Yeah, a sad reality of the leaders of the world. Shishui knew all about it. But things would turn around, he just knew it. There was a shift in the world, and he was sure. All the cage felt it. When Nori put that hat on, the world was greeted with the new strongest cage. But to let you all know what we are doing here again, it's to check on this island, and assert, if we can cultivate the land. Shishui put his map away and looked over the boat to see the view of the island coming in. What are we going to do about the monsters? Mera asked. Just leave them be. Only fight them if they are hostile. Shisui answered. There was no need to go around killing animals just because. Just stay alert. This is undiscovered territory. Treat it like you are behind enemy lines. His voice came out sternly this time, letting them know this could be dangerous. He received just as serious nods of approval. The kids were smart and strong. This would be mere child's play for the most promising kids of the Uchiha clan, since he and Itachi. What? I can sense something on that island. Mera narrowed her eyes in the distance. Over there, something's in the way. They moved to the edge and activated their Sharingan to see a monstrous barrier surrounding the island hole. It was a powerful barrier that was jamming their senses. Perhaps, if not for the Sharingan, they would not be able to see this masterpiece. Sheesh, that is some complex sealing barrier. I don't understand a thing. Jinkyusu turned off his dojutsu and held on to Summer Queen, getting a bad feeling about that island. Whoever crafted that is a seal master, no doubt. It's a long shot, but this could possibly be an Uzumaki. Shishui's thoughts became troublesome. If this Uzumaki was hostile, and knew how to apply their seal in battle, fighting them could be trouble. This is the work of a seal master, no doubt. If it is a Uzumaki, I'll ask for their help in learning seals. And maybe we can go to their village, and take anything, which might boast our village power. Naruto thought, feeling excited about the whole thing. As they got closer, the sky went from sky blue to thundering gray clouds, with lightning peeking, ever so often, from the clouds. The waves picked up, tossing their boat around like it weighed nothing. Oh shit. This is it. The captain took control of the boat. Hold on, you three. Things are about to get wicked. Things indeed did get wicked. The ship they were on was built for these kinds of storms. So when all the crewmates got to doing their job, they were somewhat able to navigate through the storm. All right, boys. Prepare to take this beast head on. Yes, sir. Following the shouts, came extreme rushing winds that blew some men off their feet. The waves began to climb high into the air, and crashed down onto the boat with fierce determination. This isn't some random storm, it's an artificial hurricane. I can sense the chakra imbued into it. Shishui noted the way the storm just spawned out of nowhere. It suddenly had giant waves and winds that could blow a full man off his feet. If only Harabelle-chan was here, she could manipulate the water to leave us. The woman was known for having such control over water style. Naruto pulled the twin swords horizontally from his back. He then drove them to the floor and gripped them tight. Jinkyusu mimicked his actions and held on, while Mera clung to Naruto's back, ducking her head from the wind. "Let's just go inside. There is a chance we could get blown off." Shishui yelled and pulled Jinkyusu inside since he was the closest. That is when Shishui got a cut on his cheek. With his eyes wide, Shishui reached up and felt the blood pouring from the wound. In a moment of understanding, they all released what had happened. The wind was being manipulated. "Hurry!" Naruto reached around and was about to throw Mera to Shisui, who had his arm reached out, until Naruto's senses picked up and a large crescent of wind coming their way. So in a quick decision, Naruto pulled Mera back. The wind attack was larger than the boat itself, so it was no surprise when the wind cleaning sliced the boat into two halves. A wave then rose from between the two ship parts, pushing them in opposite directions. In a last-ditch effort to catch the boat, Shisui activated his mange claw Sharingan and quickly formed the Susanoo. A green skeletal hand reached through the dividing wave, only to grasp onto nothing but water. "Damn it!" A shout of anger erupted from Shisui. Drifting apart, Naruto and Mera were on the front half of the ship. But quickly, that part was sinking underwater. If they were left to water walk on such waves, the journey to the island would be a long one. So Naruto pulled the gunbai off his back and placed it on the water. "Let's just ride this out." Naruto stood on top of the floating gunbai and Mera got on afterwards. Naruto held the girl close as they quickly rocked around in the waves. "Is there no other way?" Mera asked, holding on for dear life. "Unless you can create some jutsu that can fly, we are going to have to surf the waves." Mera was then struck. That was it. If she could create a jutsu that could somehow fly them above the waves, not only could they escape them, but maybe even look for her two brothers. "I'll do it now then. I'll create a jutsu to save us," Mera declared and focused her chakra. Naruto thought about protesting, but if Mera could pull it off, they'd have an easier time getting through this. So he was content to believe in her skills. Mera was talented at jutsu, but it was not one of her strongest skills, as the girl did not hold a complete grasp on chakra theory or jutsu creation. Her strong suit was close-range taijutsu, short-armed kenjutsu, and quick-casted genjutsu. Okay? Chakra is the basic compound that goes into creating jutsu. Hand seals are used to assist in focusing the chakra, but not an essential. What next? Mera began to fumble inside her brain for answers. Chakra is made from two components, I think. Naruto-kun had been working on one of them. What was it called again? Running through her memories of training with Naruto, her brain began to throb and race through hundreds of memories and a countless amount of conversations she had with Naruto. Just then, a chakra gate in the left hemisphere of her brain opened. Mira's eyes opened wide, as her brain was fueled with chakra that calmed her mind. Chakra is made of physical and spiritual energy. When molded together you craft jutsu. Naruto-kun is practicing yang release, which is made from physical energy, while yang is the opposite. Unknown to the girl, Mera had managed to open one of the pathways in her body, which was blocked. The first gate from the 8 inner gates, gate of opening. "I'll need a lot of physical energy for something to withstand this storm." Chakra began to flow through the girl's body quickly. It was as if a dam was holding back the girl's chakra. So using the momentum, Mera began to focus, and much like the left part of her brain, the right hemisphere shook before unlocking the second gate. Second gate, gate of healing. Mera had managed to break through and used the power she was feeling to bring forth a new jutsu. So she willed all the physical energy from every part, including the cells of her body, to summon as much chakra as necessary. Yang-style Firestorm Phoenix. Weaving a complicated string of hand signs, Mera formed a giant phoenix of fire from thin air. It was massive in its length and width. The screeching bird was 15 meters tall, while being 10 meters wide. How did you create this? Too occupied with staying afloat, Naruto didn't pay much attention to Mera. The girl gave a cheeky smile. A ninja must never reveal her secrets. She waved her finger before hopping on the big flaming bird that was unbothered by the rain falling on its body. In fact, the rain quickly evaporated when coming into contact with the bid. Now hope on. Mera reached down and pulled Naruto onto the bird. Now. Up and away. Mera willed the bird to fly high, which might have been a bad idea. The wind blew their already wet hair into their faces. Combined with the speed at which the bird was flying served to make things hard to control. Slow down, Mera-chan. It was now Naruto's turn to cling to the girl. Can't. We gotta get out of this storm. The bird went higher until they escaped the gray clouds and floated above them. The view was dashing and breathtaking. Pretty white clouds floated around the sky, being touched by the glistening rays of sunshine. Below them, chaos boiled in the form of dark clouds, while above them were comfy, white clouds and a beautiful blue sky. Whoa! Both kids said at the same time. It was during this time that Naruto noticed Mera had her mangyeko activated. And from this angle, he was able to get a clear view of her unblemished skin. Her pattern was that of a sun, spreading its warmth everywhere it went. Not knowing what took over him, Naruto began to speak. I never looked this hard, but Mera. Perhaps it was just the moment causing him to speak like this. Mera turned and became aware of Naruto. He was clinging to her back while leaning over her shoulder. Her cheeks tinted a slight pink as she stuttered. Why yes. You have such beautiful eyes. What? Mera's face took on that of a tomato as she became flustered. She began to lose focus on her jutsu as they swerved. I mean it, I never paid this much attention before. I'm sorry for that. You are truly beautiful. Don't go saying that all of a sudden. Mera repeatedly batted Naruto's soaked chest. She was losing focus, and because of this, the bird began to disperse, almost causing them to fall. But Mera quickly sent her chakra back into the bird and got it under control again. You're going to make us crash. Idiot. She turned and huffed. Naruto chuckled softly behind the girl. Sorry, I just had to get that off my chest. Feeling Naruto's arms pull her closer to him, Mera squealed inside her head. I forgive you, but let's find the other two first. With flushed cheeks, Mera forced the bird down back into the clouds and found the mood being washed away. They searched and searched, using their Sharingan in an attempt to peer through anything they might have missed. For a whole hour, the two kids looked for any signs of the two. All to find nothing. This caused the two to feel disheartened at their lost search. Holding out hope one last time, Mera and Naruto just went to their target island. It was a relief when they saw the ship had washed up on the island. Thanks Sengen. Mera allowed the bird to disperse. But shocking her, the chakra used for the jutsu flew back into her system and refilled her dropping reserves of chakra. Ha! Isn't that handy? A powerful jutsu. You also used Yang style, which I've been trying to understand for more than 2 years now. Yet you grasped it in an instant. It seems even I underestimated just how powerful you truly are. You are a genius, dare I say. Mera was brought to silence by Naruto's declaration. It was clear that he was being honest, as Naruto was not the type to lie. It meant a lot that Naruto was complimenting her so truthfully and setting his pride aside. Thank you, Naruto-kun. That means a lot coming from you. Naruto found himself being wrapped in a hug, as Mera didn't care how soaked they were, so he held the gun by over their head as a way to hide from the storm. Let's go into the forest. It'd be bad if one of those waves washed us away. Then we just fly away again. It's best if you don't use a new jutsu over and over again, especially when you don't have it mastered. But you have to use it over and over again in order to master it. In a practiced setting with supervision. I'll just spam it and figure it out as we go. A long dragged out sigh escaped Naruto's mouth, as this was going to be a long mission. What's with that sigh? Does it bother you I have a super strong jutsu? Instead of arguing, Naruto caved into the girl's words. Yes I do. Naruto would soon learn that arguing with women would only make the situation worse. Jumping through the tree was Nori and her two bodyguards. The trip to the Daimo's palace was traveled with small chatter on Neri's part, as she tried to connect the two behind her. So May, I have a question. Go on. Did you ever visit the water daimyo for assistance? The entire time, Nori wondered why the man would not want to help save his country from the chaos brewing inside. May frowned as she indeed paid a visit to the man. I did, I begged for his help. Her fist clenched at remembering the humiliating memory. He didn't want anything to do with it as long as he stayed rich. Nori also frowned as this was already turning out bad. How sad. Did he not release what might have happened if Yagura kept going? I tried to explain it to him, but it was in one ear and out the other. I see. And the group fell into silence again, as they all focused on making it to their destination. That was until they felt a large chakra signature coming closer. I know that signature. It's Uchiha, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Hasato began to get nervous as the powerful shinobi could possibly kill all of them. I was hoping for this. It will make things much easier. Nori activated her Sharingan and followed the trail of chakra. Come on you two. Nori jumped after the chakra signature with much more vigor. Our new cage is insane. Aren't we all? May tossed him a smirk before following their Mizukage. Arriving in a clearing, Nori saw a tall thin brown-haired man, sitting quietly on a stone. He was wearing a blue robe tied by an orange sash. He was blowing bubbles from a small tube in his hand. That's him. Hasato whispered to Nori. What's the plan, Nori-sama? Nori thought quietly to herself for a moment. He ran away, not wanting to fight in the war, or bloody mist. It's safe to assume he doesn't like conflict. The file also says he hates student-teacher bonds, as well. Our best set of options would be to talk with him. Nori dropped from the tree, making a sound on purpose. Uchiha must have already sensed them, as he didn't react. He allowed Nori to take a couple extra steps in his direction, before he turned to glare at her. Finally, Nori stopped moving. Hey there, my name is... I know who you are, Nori Uchiha. Uchiha's stoic voice traveled to her ears. But why are you in water country? Matter of fact, how are you alive? I had heard the Uchiha clan was all murdered by Itachi Uchiha. The truth can be deceiving. She offered a weak smile. Tell the other two to come out. All right guys, come out. May and Hasato flashed beside Nori on guard slightly. Uchiha silently observed them. Nori alone was already an S-rank ninja. Add on the fact she was being backed by May and Hasato, two incredibly powerful shinobi. Do they plan to force me back? Nori has battled Jinchuriki before. May has experienced the might of a tailed beast, along with Hasato. I'm not here to fight you. I ask you to come back to the village. Why? I am not a weapon for your village to use, as they please. His tone shifted into that of anger. And where is Yagura? Why is the rebel leader next to the mist shinobi? That seemed to make them all smile. The war is over, and I have been elected as the new Mizukage. There was a clear prideful smirk on Nayari's face as she puffed out her chest. Now, Uchiha took notice of the blue hat on Nayari's back. So you killed Yagura? Now he was feeling a little nervous. They had killed Yagura, which meant there was some way for them to defeat him. Of course there was. Nori was a holder of the legendary mangyeko Sharingan. With just a glance, Nori could place him under her control. Yes, we are rebuilding and it would help us tremendously if you came back with us. To help protect the village you used to serve. May added, hoping this would serve to ease his irritation. What this witch speaks is the truth. There is a new age coming to the Mist Village. Despite insulting May, who gave him a death glare, he also spoke the truth, as Hasato felt a new age was coming to the village. Perhaps what you say is the truth, but do you think the people will be so eager to accept a Jinchuriki in their village so soon? Uchiha reminded the three. No they won't, so it's best if you just leave. No. I want to rebuild this nation and I can't do that alone. I am asking the people of this country to place their faith in me. I need strong shinobi and even stronger people. You who have endured the scorn of the world for just existing. Your willpower is tremendous, and I want your help. That deal also extends to your partner as well. I am asking for your help. I need your power to help rebuild this country. I need to create a path that my subordinates can follow without worry. Utakata was truly moved by Nairi's speech. It was clear not only in her face, but in her chakra as well. She truly meant what she said. Nobody had ever said such kind words to him before. And here was this brand new Mizukage, asking for his help. She was treating him like a person, not some shinobi whose life meant nothing, but as someone precious to play a vital part in the world. I am asking you, Utakata. As the Mizukage. Nori held out her hand, smiling softly at the powerful man before her. Will you let me walk in front of you? And that marks the end of the third part of the story. If you guys made it this far and want more contents like this, comment down below to let me know. Thanks for sticking out till the end. I would gladly appreciate every likes, comments, and subscribes I could get on the series. It only takes a minute, and best of all, you can show your support for absolutely no cost. See you in the next one.